It is I, Count Sponsula. I am here to tell you about some delicious deals. We have a very spooky sponsor for you just in time for the Halloween season. What's that? Our New Year sponsor, just in time for 2022, is One Night Strahd. Research has shown that not most campaigns get to the end of their story. So the people at Hedra Group decided to make a Strahd adventure you could play in only a few short sessions or one big session. Just enough to sink your teeth into. With enough surprises and changes from the original source material to make you absolutely batty. I'm a bat now. Oh, this is crazy. Oh my god, so cool. This 600-page book comes complete with everything you will need, including handouts and flowcharts to follow this story. I lost my teeth. I found new ones. That's a lot to chew on. If you wish to have your own spooky adventures in this redesign of Strahd's famous campaign, oh, everyone loves Strahd, no one wants to play through Sponsula's campaign, then please check out this link in chat for some spooky adventure books. But now I must go. I am needed at an Arby's commercial down the street. Bye!
Don't self-deprecate at the breakfast table.
You put that down right now!
We don't live forever, it just has to exist longer than I do. The fucks I give are over there.
Coffee can be weird sometimes.
Okay, well...
I am going to be a nightmare if this continues. Come kill me like a man, you cuckold!
I'm Peach. Hello, Moon. We're both objects.
I cast Meat Shield.
I brought a guest. You don't have good ears, and I said.
Oh, she's immune. Fuck you, me. Your mother.
Spider-Man.
You.
A heartwarming story premiering on.
Hey,
Tweedledee.
everybody.
Hey, everybody. Welcome in.
We got you. Oh, it's very good.
Hey, guys.
Oh,
Welcome, folks.
we have to consume lead to be able to write for that show now.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Anyways, hey guys, how's it going?
Cool.
Hey, guys.
Hey, folks, you're here for Conundrum Company session 81. Holy buckets.
Jeez.
Holy
81.
That's a lot of D&D, guys.
It's a good amount of episodes.
It is pretty solid.
Hey, we're like 20 away from syndication. That's pretty cool.
I like that joke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, guys, before we do Conundrum Company, we're going to do some announcements. Everybody's favorite content part. Parker, take it away.
Yeah, this is definitely everybody's favorite.
We should just do announcement streams.
Yeah, that's it now.
I'm here to tell you about what your schedule looks like. If you would like to find the schedule for the entire month of January, it's up on all of our social medias now. But our next program you can join us for is Monday, where the boys will, I'm sure, be doing absolute chaos. They're doing Lore Dump Live on Monday, so make sure to join us for that. Yeah, guys, it's in the schedule. You asked me for it. Be there. Adamless.
We'll have our people talk to you.
I got scared when you said my name.
I am both of those people.
Well, then you
I'll
should
have
probably
I'll have
should
a conversation with myself.
Yeah, check in.
I do those usually. Anyway, Wednesday, we're going to have Adamless, our new Starfinder campaign second session on Wednesday. Then we're back with Off the Rails on Friday and Conundrum Company on Saturday. And then that Sunday, we have a very special cosplay ground. The first Cosplay Ground of 2022 will be doing a fun little one-shot called Pick a Patron, run by DM, Commune DM. It'll be super duper fun. Come hang out with us as we cosplay level 20 deities.
That's gonna be fun. Huh? Thanks, Parker. And of course, none of our awesome content could occur without our fantastic sponsors. You've heard from them during our commercial breaks. The first of them, of course, is Skull Splitter Dice. Just remember real quick to check out Skull Splitter. But in the meantime, during the break, we're going to have a giveaway running. So stay tuned for the break. And at the break, enter !win to get entered in our Skull Splitter Dice giveaway for a skull mug filled with approximately 100 dice. Remember, followers get 1 entry, subscribers get 2. If you're going to subscribe to do it beforehand, it's not retroactive. So stick with us. And check out Skull Splitter. And of course, our second sponsor, One Night Strahd, which is a very cool D&D 5e adventure that Count Sponsel has told us all about. That link in chat right now up there, if you click on that, you get a massively discount version, like the first few people who click on it, of the digital copy. So we highly recommend going over there, clicking on it. And remember, if you are purchasing this right now, you are contributing to allow them to publish physical copies of this beautiful book with really cool artwork. But also, they are doing a giveaway right now. If you use hashtag ONSCC, that's right, hashtag ONSCC, you will get entered into our this month's giveaway for a free digital copy of One Night Strahd. So the whole book for free. At the end of the month, we'll be drawing that. Get entered now. Hashtag ONSCC.
Whenever you say ONS, I feel like you're talking about Halo.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Isn't that
Marines.
the ONS?
Yeah,
drop troopers?
the Oni or whatever. Yeah, the
Yeah.
drop Space Marines. Sean, do you want to tell us about this month's community event since it's a OTR adjacent?
Oh, I would love to. This month for the community event, or actually it's technically next month, but you're paying for it right now, is a one-shot set in the Off the Rails world. One of our NPCs that is usually following the party around has, for some reason, gone missing in their adventures, got lost amongst the crowd, and this one-shot is going to follow their lost days, sort of like Pokemon 2000 and Pikachu's day at the amusement park. Think that, but instead it's a dwarf running around with high-level adventurers.
I'm in love with that.
I love that.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
That's essentially what's going to
I'm on
happen.
2000.
Dren!
Yeah. Dren's lost days.
Fantastic. So guys, get those tweet tokens in. It is open. Check out the Twiki. In the meantime, there's a whole bunch of information on our shows in the Twiki. CC, OTR, all that jazz. And a huge shout out to all the people who keep that thing up and running and functional. We love you for it. Sean, back to you again.
Me for the charity. This month our charity is UNICEF, a fantastic organization that helps children all across the world in 190 countries and territories. They do fantastic work, and we very much would like you to support them during this month if you can. Anything you can donate, we'd very much appreciate going to the link below our stream. Click on that, it'll take you directly to their site. Give a donation in your name, our name, make up a name, someone you hate, someone who hates kids, donate it in their name and have a good laugh to yourself. I donated under the name The Trunchable. That's hilarious. But help them out if you can. We'd very much appreciate it. Ding.
The concept of spite donations is still my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Powerful.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. All right. Any other announcements? I ask as
yeah.
Adam sips his drink.
We love you.
There it is, guys.
That was so Bob Ross of you.
Aww.
Hey guys, we're gonna paint a pretty little D&D game for you today, and we love
Oh, I feel relaxed.
I'm going to paint it with my fingies.
it. Okay,
I like painting by numbers.
here's my
And
brush.
that says a lot about me as a person.
Hopefully, I have a brush and I'm ready to paint.
It does. Yeah. That self call out was powerful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's get painting.
I'm going to beat the devil out of this. Bro.
Nobody's gonna tell him that there's not a canvas there, right?
Nope, not even. All right.
What if I revealed I pulled off screen a full
No,
canvas?
there's a beautifully done
Ask
painting of all of us hanging out. Yeah, it's.
I'm like, what are you talking about? You're like, what?
That could be a powerful
Perfectly
bit.
reconstructed Discord call
Very good
picture.
bit. Now I have to do it.
Or just throughout the show, you're like working on something off camera, and then you turn like a stick figure to us. But like, look at that. It's beautiful.
Just look at this.
He's
That's
been
a
at it for
happy
8
little accident.
hours. It's just 4 lines.
Hey guys, it's a happy little accident, right?
Happy little accident.
Oh,
All right, guys.
Picture of me. I was a happy little accident.
I was gonna say Demi.
I wanted to do the joke and I didn't.
Very good.
Guys, shall we play some Dungeons and Dragons? Shall we?
Probably.
Yeah.
You know what? I
Yeah,
think
let's
it's
do it.
time.
I think so, yeah.
It's a good
Everyone's
time.
waited long enough.
Yeah. Hey, we've stalled. It's good. We rejoin our heroes upon their home of Conundrum Isle. The party had settled in at home and committed to unlocking the remaining memories locked away in Sunshine's echoes. Zahl began the ritual, and the echoes manifested back around Sunshine. Proceeding where they had last left off, Sunshine faced down one echo after another, embracing the emotion trapped within and unlocking the memories that had been sealed away. A narrative of their years under the Scepter of Dominance began to manifest, and a better picture of how the Scepter functioned was outlined. As the memories progressed, Sunshine began to learn that the Scepter itself not only controlled the target, but also slowly corrupted them, bending individuals to Nox's will. It was revealed that Jor and Madam had been pursued by various factions of Flanace, all eager to obtain the rod, and in a last-ditch effort had attempted to discard Sunshine themselves. In that moment, the ever-growing corruption of Nox had broken Sunshine from Jor's command, urging them to kill him. Just as this instant occurred, however, another external entity engaged the Genasi. MrAddup offered them a chance to seal away those corrupt memories and emotions, saving them from becoming a minion of Nox. They agreed, and as MrAddup sealed away those emotions, a star-like scar began to form on Sunshine's neck. Back in the waking world, a strange shadow had begun to form behind Sunshine and their echoes. The shadow seemed to grow with each emotion embraced, and as Sunshine engaged with the final memory, the growing shadows took the form of two strange Noxian beasts, who attacked the party. Trapped in the small confines of the lighthouse, the odds did not look great, but as Sunshine embraced the final echo, their past was unlocked, and the power of MrAddup that had been focused on holding back the corrupt versions of Sunshine flooded into them. They snapped from the memory back to the waking world, their form completely consumed in the astral starry scar that had before only marred their neck and upper torso. Combat continued, and the tides began to turn with Sunshine's newly found powers in hand. Within moments, the party had destroyed the strange beasts. Beaten, tired, and confused, the party briefly addressed Sunshine's new form before turning in for the night. The following morning, they woke to discuss what had truly happened and how to proceed. Before convening, however, Zahl slipped away into town to take a look at all the new stores in the ever-expanding salt marsh. Demi took the opportunity to delve into her origins a little more, and after speaking with Lila and using a little legend lore, she learned of a falling star that was believed to have caused a massive storm on the coast of Gryrak some 27 years ago. Salvator, Sunshine, and Ashi spent the morning finding common ground regarding their unique transformations. Gathered once again, the party now prepared to do a little information digging with the hopes of determining their next course of action. Cool, crisp air fills your lungs, the winter sky is clear, and a light dusting of snow covers your island home. It is the late morning of Water Day, the 5th of Sunseb, 591 CF, and the day, my friends, is yours. That was a long one.
It was.
It was. It was very
We're
impressive.
sorry.
It was good.
It was impressive. So, if I
Someone's
remember,
crying?
yeah, if I remember
was about to
correctly,
cry.
there's a sculpture now of Jor in the front yard.
But I had the mirror out when I was about to scry in on Jor with his likeness.
Yeah, sure you were.
I mean, that
I'm
is
sorry,
what was
I'm
going to
just-
happen.
I'm just messing with you.
That's what I have written
I
down.
was like, is that what to happen?
That is what you intended to do. That is correct.
Yeah.
A little bit of that. Oh, we'll see.
Oh, I'm so
So my
cheeky.
dad
can
used to do every
certainly
Christmas. He would get on stage and be like, Santa didn't come. I guess you guys suck.
Great.
He's hilarious.
Sean? Sean,
He's hilarious. It was a
okay?
good joke every year.
So-
Hi guys, welcome to Conundrum Company.
so
We're addressing our
subscribe.
trauma, apparently.
Subscribe.
Scrying,
Subscribe.
yes.
Yeah.
Subscribe.
So you're doing it
Subscribe.
with a likeness, which means I have a -2. What is your DC here? Spell DC.
Where's my spell D? 20.
Ooh.
20. Fuck
Hell
me.
yeah.
All right, so I'm going for an 18.
You gave him a whole spear.
Give me a whole spear.
I
that
did.
Well, here.
It's a whole spear.
All right, Zahl.
Angry Josh is one of my
Let's
favorites.
get
Fury.
this shit done with.
Like, great. I have to
I rolled
scry
a
to be
Josh.
the shit I did not.
I'm sorry, Josh. I love you. Angry you is kind of the best sometimes. Because we're like, all right, so I guess this happened.
Well, fuck.
It's a good thing he had a whole week to
Yeah.
figure out exactly what we find out about this guy's life.
So, you are looking for our dear friend, Jor. And as you begin to scry,
Jor Mormont.
you feel.
I love that, man.
Nice. You feel yourself shifting again into this very ornate mirror that you hold in your hand, your cognizant form detaching from your physical form as you are projected across space, immense distances, as your spell does seem to connect. Your vision opens, sight filling your ears, scent hitting your nose, of a bustling city street. However, this is unlike any city you've seen before. Shut up.
I can see with my ears. What's happening?
Sounds filling your ears. You know what I meant. It's been a long week. Woo! If this is what we're in for tonight, fuck me, guys. It's gonna be
Crying. I'm tripping balls, dude.
The colors have sound.
I can smell sound and hear senses.
We find him in a fucking, like, drug den, I guess. Oh
So-
my god.
Zal's just in the middle, just doing this.
Holding the mirror, just like.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
sorry.
we're
Feel
gonna
it.
pretend that we know what we're doing.
No.
Josh,
This
carry on.
is on me, honestly. It's
Carry
not-
on.
Now we're back in. It's creepy and mysterious.
Yeah, let's get into that creepy zone.
Goosebumps.
You find your visage snapping onto a figure that matches the description Button has provided, at least from the back of the head. There is this sort of swept back brown hair with a bit of a ponytail tied up in sunshine sculpture. The hair seemed to be quite well kept. It is dirty, matted, and worn. Weather worn, seemingly just catching from the back of this figure, quite traveled recently, as if moving an incredible distance to make their journey's completion. As you glance around the vision, roll a perception check for me, because you are bombarded by sights, sounds, colors, smells. It is
All going to the wrong place.
all going to the wrong place. All in the wrong orifices. Sorry.
I love this version of scrying. It
It's
just
an
jumbles your
11.
senses up to the wrong place.
It's an 11.
This forced anesthesia.
Yeah.
It's literally like good fucking love.
Why are my eyes
On a
smelling
failed roll,
everything?
you should get through it, but be absolutely assaulted by incomprehensible noise, sound, and smell. All in
Oh,
one
it tastes
place.
my hands.
My eyes can taste things. Ah!
You just are a gibbering mouther.
I can see his heartbeat.
That's an 11.
An 11. There is a lot going on here. With an 11, it is very hard to ascertain as you are hit with all of this information. This is a massive city. As you glance around, you are moving along a very crowded street. Many different figures passing by. You are seeing humans, Loxodron, you are seeing Minotaur, you are seeing Centaur. A lot of goblinoid races visible in this space. Along with completely distinct and unique creatures that you're not quite familiar with. You're not able to place them in appearance. Bustling back and forth, there is the sound of commerce. As you glance around and look at the structures, most of them have like a stone foundation. However, the structures themselves are almost all these massive sweeping tents, enormous in size, larger than many buildings you see in the major cities. But these huge tents that seem to be strung. From your vantage point, as you kind of glance upwards, there are these strange, almost stone spines that reach out over the top of the city from one side. The northward side seems to kind of lean over these large stone spikes. But your focus again comes back to that figure whom you are following through the streets of this bustling city.
Yeah, I think Zahl is just trying to listen in on him, see if he's saying anything. I know he's walking through a city, but I don't know if he's muttering anything to himself. I don't know if he's...
He actually seems to be... Make an insight check for me, actually.
Indeed. Yeah, I do have advantage on insight. Because of... Wait, I think my rune gives me that. Insight. That is a 12.
Nice.
Okay. As you are kind of watching...
Guidance.
Shut up. No. As you are watching... sorry, it took me a moment to process my answer to that. As you are watching this figure, they seem hunched and trying their best to keep to themselves, from what you can tell. Almost like they are avoiding any sort of confrontation, shrinking inwards a little bit. That's the best you can tell as you're watching them.
Gotcha.
But you do hear the chatter of individuals in the city around you. A lot of voices calling out over each other. And as you are standing kind of over at the edge here, you do hear one figure say, "Well, if you want that prepared, you're gonna need to go over to the Devil's Draw. That'll hook you up right over there. That'll seal." You hear another figure who is currently discussing some sort of commerce exchange or contractual exchange with another individual. They have these crazy spikes forming off of their shoulders, and the other individual appears to be a tiefling. They have a good conversation back and forth, and they are discussing going to the Grand Notary of Eos. As they seem to be talking about various locations throughout the city.
I think he would probably, I think he would be kind of just watching this person continue to walk or get through the city. And if after 5 minutes he doesn't do anything notable, he'd probably come back out of the sky.
Right about the 8th minute, as you watch this figure walk through this large, bustling city, welcome raiders, as you are following, he does seem to kind of step right into this alleyway that, again, is, as you look at a closer look at these tents, the canvas is very, very thick. Whatever hide they're making this out of, it is not something that you could just put a blade through. And it seems to almost be stretched like leather up as walls between these large, strange... they're like wooden timbers. They're constructed from this strange sort of white material, this almost creamy colored that has been carved into a post shape material. You're not sure what it is, but he ducks between these two, begins to head down this alleyway. As you glance around, even the alleyway is relatively populated. There are a couple of goblins that are sleeping in some crates off to one side, and he continues down the alleyway. And right as he kind of reaches this juncture and looks to the left, the vision fades there.
Right. Got in. Could see him. I can only assume was Eos. I don't know if any of us have been there or knows what it looks like.
I have been to the southern half of Eos, just very briefly.
Full of tents, some spikes going over half the city. Devil's Draw, ring any bells to anybody?
I imagine the capital, Josh, is not a place they would have gone to if that's what this is.
You have not been to the capital, that is correct.
Yeah.
It's not exactly welcoming most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
What you would know of Eos button is make a survival check for me, retroactively.
Bad.
We love a bad.
11.
11. Geographically, what you know of what you saw of Eos is that you were traveling along the southern skirts in the summer months. It is mostly very rough scrublands with very patchy spots of grass and then a lot of sand and dirt. A lot of these small bushes that are thorny and thick that run over most of the countryside, but these are punctuated by massive sort of towering bluffs that step upwards as the altitude gains throughout this country. You're on the lower steps of Eos. You also would know of Lake Weistil, which is a massive, massive expanse of water. In your experience, you remember seeing the lake at the Yuan-Ti capital. This lake is 3 or 4 times the size of that in scale. And with that check, I will say you would know that through the winter, it's almost entirely frozen over. That's how far north it is. It's a fairly cold climates most of the year. Snowfall starts in October and goes through May.
Just like the UP. They will relay that, and they will kind of look down. Umak, have you been to the capital of Eus?
Yeah, yes, long ago.
Were there towering... You said towers to the north side, Zahl?
It was like Josh, it was like spikes, right? Like the things to the that I
The
saw.
creamy spire.
Those will be the ribs.
The ribs. Of some sort of-
Durakai is built inside. You remember we went through those orcish histories? The
Yes,
giant
the
cities.
giant beasts of burden. Did one die there and they just kept the city there?
Tens of thousands of years ago it fell. Cities have sprung up in the shelter of it. It creates a sort of wind wall. And there's not a lot of timber for construction. So they build
well.
from the bone.
That is metal as fuck. Alrighty.
I was going to say it sounded
It's bone,
terrifying.
actually.
Alright. So, and did Zahl describe everything? Like the tents?
Yeah, Zahl would have gone into it and gone into like more description of everything.
Definitely sounds like Dorica.
How do you spell that? I'm so sorry.
You spell that
Doora.
close. Very
Oh.
close. Dorakaa.
Oh.
Dorica.
Close.
Oh my
I
god,
mean,
you got it! You're one letter off!
You're so
See,
good.
all of them!
QZT41. I believe it was given for a fantasy city name. It was pretty impressive.
Thank you.
It's very good.
I'm a phonetic speller.
Same.
I can't spell.
So he's
That's okay too.
probably there for the scepter. Were there... You didn't... It wasn't mentioned, but Sunshine would ask, were there any sort of festival grounds? Did it seem like the city was preparing for that sort of thing?
I don't think I saw like any grounds.
Perception rolls weren't great. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's valid. That's absolutely valid.
The information that Zahl provided is essentially what was got off the rolls.
Yeah, that's all I saw. I only... it was kind of hard. There's a lot of different senses there that I'm not used to, so it kind of hit me all at once. But I don't know. I saw. I didn't really see any like festival-y things to my knowledge, but who knows? Could be. But at least we know that they're in EUs, right?
Certainly confirms things.
Well, we have 2 weeks.
2.5.
Thank you, Demi.
2.5 weeks.
You know,
We could-
a lot can happen in a day. Just saying.
You're not wrong. We could rest up, maybe get supplies together if we need to, and head over there in 2.5 weeks.
Possible. If we're still planning on doing that. We also could talk to the only person that we know that has information about EUs in Saltmarsh.
Oh, I paid for our week, so we're good to go in.
Oh. Okay.
I visited there today.
They did some kissing.
I didn't. I have a girlfriend.
I didn't say that. That's between you and the voice of God. I didn't say a damn thing.
Oh, that was Ashi.
Poor
Oh.
Zendros. Her heart's gonna be broken.
Oh, I know.
Adam's
Was there
gonna kill me.
anything good?
here's how I feel.
Was there anything good?
There was some interesting parts of it. Josh immediately going for what was there.
I
It
had
was some ring hammer.
I've got it. It's written
There's
down.
2 scrolls. There was interesting things. I don't know. I mean, We now go to Saltmarsh pretty often. Or not Saltmarsh, Greyhawk. There we go. That's where we are right now. We go to Greyhawk pretty often, so it's not rare to see magical stuff anymore. So I don't know.
True.
The spells might be nice for you, Salvatore.
Ooh.
There was a scroll of Witch Bolt, and a scroll of Spare the Dying.
Ah, yes.
There was
baby
also,
stuff.
just so if you want to get the shopping stuff out of the way, Great Sword of Sharpness, leather armor with fire resistance, adamantine scale mail, and a mithril ring? Ring
It was
mail.
mithril ring mail.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what Zahl says, because I have it written down, and I don't know where I put it.
So,
Actually, I do.
but we could talk to her, see if there's anything we should know before heading there. It's possible that we may have to stock up supplies and things in Greyhawk, but it's not impossible.
We also
Yes.
can go see the hag. I really want to see her. She has like a crab shack, apparently, and that just sounds very cool to me. Like, why don't we go see her?
Well, we could if you really want
Crab
to. You'd have to locate it. I'm not aware of where it is.
I got told by Mo. I had to give him some gold, but like, it is what it is.
That's pretty par for the course with him.
That skeezy bitch.
Yes. Demi thinks
So
it just doesn't say it
aggressive.
out loud.
It's so aggressive.
Alright.
It's my NPC. I can do what I want.
Excuse me,
True.
bitch.
You're just really upset about Tom Kent.
How dare you? Fucking
Love that Tom
beautiful
Kench.
boy.
So is old.
They nerfed him. Did you guys see that?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Sean's upsetty.
Not okay, Riot. He was better before. No,
This
Well,
is now League
Riot,
of
Riot.
Legends only stream.
I'm sorry. I don't want to break up the game. Let's go back to it.
The sadness in your
You won't
voice.
talk about it.
Tom Kench, who?
Anyway,
Who can?
so what would we like to do today? Would we like to go talk to Zendros? Do we need anything for Greyhawk if we'd like to do that? We also, I know that we've talked about teleporting to Eus. We could possibly get something from Zendros from there, make it significantly safer to do so.
There's the fun in there.
I do have Umak's lantern as well.
Oh, right. I'd
Is
forgotten.
it from Eos?
Yep.
Yeah, it says so on the bottom.
Yes, I've mentioned that the god that someone in Eus did this to him and that I found
Right.
him on the south of Eus.
I
We
forgot.
might have something from the capital, even though.
That would be
Zendros
great.
might.
Check that.
We
Like
could.
a bow.
Well,
A piece of the beast.
I'll literally throw you a bow.
huh?
God
Nice.
bless.
Or you
Alright.
could just not do that. We could take a risk.
I like the risk.
I feel like
Salvatore
Let's go to the crab shack. That sounds fun.
I can't tell when you're serious. I can't tell when you're serious.
I just start
do-
floating away.
Start flying with him.
How do you?
We are
Alright.
How
going
do your
back.
shoes make that sound?
Oh, that's not the shoes. Whoa, 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 whoa,
That's his
You wanna-
thinking noise.
whoa. I
you
drift
wanna-
out of frame.
You want to fly over
Our
there?
map.
This is a very out-of-date map now, but
What?
you would
There's
see...
no farms?
Now, funnily enough, actually,
Way back when. This
a
was
lot
the
of
map.
this has been turned into the Silver Strand district along here, which is that Elven district.
Oh.
You've also seen a lot of build-up here, along the river, around the grove, and then there are starting to be settlements that are building up outside of the wall to the southern end of the town. You also will see, like, this section in the center is much more densely crowded now. As the town has kind of begun to grow. But your
Zahl.
target, per Zahl's direction, is up here on the very north end.
Number 24.
I think Zahl reaches over, taps Demi on the shoulder and Ashi on the shoulder, and casts fly on the three of us.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh, this is weird when it's not with wings.
I mean, it is Is it not with wings? Is this what?
Oh,
Never mind.
I'm an idiot. By she's not an idiot. Josh is.
No, I feel like Zal's like, I don't know if this is the same.
Remind me, is this the same day?
This would be the
night of that
following
day, or
day.
this
You're
is
in the
following
morning
day?
of the 5th.
Okay, great. That's what I was making sure that I'd had a rest.
Yes, you've all gotten a long rest before you kind of came back and did some hangout time and chats. You would have, your legend lores would have been today, Demi. This morning.
Oh, okay. That's
Sorry.
why I was asking.
Sorry. Yes,
that's the day I was referencing.
This is the same day.
Okay.
In that regard.
Our community goals,
Can we say-
25% complete. Good job.
Wow,
Can we say
guys!
I took a short
Good job.
rest at some point during this day?
It's up to you guys. Where are you going? What are you doing? You tell me.
Crab Shack.
If
Shack.
that's where they
Crab
decided
Shack.
to go, then
Okay.
I'm following Salvator. He's
Crab
making this
Shack.
noise, and it's very interesting.
Okay. It takes a little bit of time to get all the way over there, about 30 minutes as you spend your way kind of moving up the shore. You see there are quite a few ships, again, in the water out here. It's becoming much more bustling with every seeming day. As you kind of make your way out over the water, you head towards the northern region of town, which you recall being relatively almost abandoned, as it kind of, there is this slope that leads up out of Saltmarsh northwards. The road you followed to the mansion in your very first adventure runs up along that slope, but a draw along the water's edge, where like Dravosi's house sits and things like that, run along this sort of cliff ledge. And at the very northern end of that, there are like 5 or 6 essentially shacks, abandoned homes that have been long abandoned, and even in this time of development seem to be abandoned. And this is where Tom Kench, old Merle, pointed out the...
That was more than a Freudian slip, I believe.
Tom, Merle, Kench, Merle, old
Mommy,
Kench.
that's where...
Mommy, shit.
Unbench the Merle.
Bitch, the
directed your attention to.
So I think Zahl would direct Demi and Ashi. They have to land because it's going to be way too far to fly. So they land and then like run along the street.
Oh, so you just head to town and then walk the rest of the way.
Because we can't fly for 30 minutes. We can fly for 10. And he kind of then directs this group there, and through the sending stone directs the flying duo where to go.
Okay, then you arrive first, seeing this sort of, it's almost like a cul-de-sac of homes, some of them nestled along the water. They kind of sit on this very rocky shore at the northern edge of the town of Saltmarsh, nestled in under these cliffs. There is a old home that does have a very poorly scrawled sign that says Crab Shack along the side of it. It looks completely abandoned. And in fact, the front side has mostly collapsed inwards onto the front door. This one does sit on the shore of the sort of rocky shore of this northern breach, and kind of the house itself, similar to Dravosi's, kind of reaches out over the water a little bit.
Very lovely. Is there a knocker?
Sorry. We're at 69,000 for the...
Nice!
Nice.
Oh, that's so good. There have been so many 69s this week. It makes me happy. Sorry.
I love how wholesomely happy you were over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been so many 69s this week.
Without context of where you
That's
experienced
real.
them.
Yeah.
It's kind of... Crab Shack!
So,
Hey, welcome in, y'all.
the Crab Shack. As you are kind of looking at this structure, Sunshine, make an investigation check to see if there's a knocker.
Ooh. 15.
15. There is not a knocker. The front side of this house is so poorly collapsed in that there's not really a way into it, in fact. As you are looking, there is basically a collapsed facade. But you do see with a 15 a sort of path that leads through some kind of trampled grass over to the rocky shoreline.
That's the way. And they fly and start leading Salvatore.
These two fighter pilots.
As you kind of waft around following this knocked down sort of flattening of it's not a lot of grass anyway, it's the middle of winter, but this sort of shoddily constructed path. You reach these very slippery, slick, large rocks that kind of tumble down into the water itself. Again, this rocky shoreline. And you can kind of see, you can get down them. And as you look to the left, the underside of this home is almost an open cut where this rocky shore dips in and the house has been built over it a little bit. And with a 15, you hear already the telltale sound of skittering crustacean feet on stone.
Sebastian from the Little Mermaid just popped into my head.
Hundreds of feet back. Demi's just like, it's nice weather. They're walking.
Shit.
Yeah, you walk out.
Holy shit.
If we like fly to peek down, do we see these vampiric crabs we keep hearing about?
So as you kind of hover around, you first see it is quite dark. As you look back into this structure, it seems to lead in, and a lot of the house has fallen into the water as well, like the interior. And then there are these little fastenings and elements of home that are just sitting there. There's an armchair partially submerged in the frigid water that has gone to waste just completely. There's bits of strands still kind of rocking in the water, the icy water next to it, and you see just a swarm of crabs roll up over it and then down into the water. As you look into the depths beneath you, there are thousands of little crabs moving along the shore and skittering. And as you kind of look into the depth, you don't have dark vision, do you? Not yet, because Multiverse hasn't come out yet.
Not yet. Multiverse.
Just wait 10 days.
So you can see a little bit back. You do not see all the way into this home, and even the depths of this sort of shoreline that it's been built on top of. The house itself obscures visibility as it falls dark quite quickly, but there is again this little smattering of rocks where somebody is able to move along back into this depression in the earth or in the shore into the home itself, kind of following this path that you've followed thusly.
120 feet?
You would be able to make out with 120 feet that at the end of this collapsed house, and again, there are parts of like shorn logs there where planks have been set on that you can walk along. There is a tunnel that leads downwards into what appears to be an intentionally built cellar that has been opened to the face of the water here as the house is collapsed inwards. There does appear to be this sort of cave entry, and with that dark vision, as you see the cellar, you don't really see beyond that door or that opening, but there are crabs in the thousands, possibly tens of thousands, all along the walls and all along the ceiling of this structure.
We should let Zahl go first. He was so interested in coming here.
Do I have to insight check that?
I don't. Your passive insight. I'm probably trying to get him to do something stupid.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They're going to take out their sunblade and not like they don't want to attack anything because they can't see, but they are going to light it up just to look around the space a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe it's 60 on the sunblade, right?
I think it's 30 and then 30.
30 and then 30 a dim. So you get an idea. You're not.
No, it's only 15. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh. So you're not getting a lot more, but you're getting a little bit more, and it is just more crabs and elements of home that have fallen into the water here. I will say, as you've taken some time to explore, your companions are catching up right now. You guys are seeing the front of the home, Zahl and Demi. And you see a sort of flittering of Salvator Cape off near the water. Sunshine's a little deeper in.
Salvator Cape.
I'm letting it flow in the breeze.
Yeah, this is just...
Are you airing your eyes out?
It feels nice, this breeze. It's cold.
Oh.
Yeah, I love how cold it actually is.
It's delightful.
All right, well, we can wait for Zahl.
Yes, they should be here soon.
And you are here, guys. You're at the front of this home.
Oh.
You see Salvator's cape. Are you joining them? Zahl?
Should we go down there?
Sure, if
Okay.
you'd like. It's...
Hop, hop, hop.
So now as you begin to approach, your friends are kind of hovering out over the water a little bit. You reach the end of kind of the shore where these slippery, icy rocks are. It is quite difficult terrain here, and there is a possibility of tumbling into the frigid water and mass of swarming crabs beneath as you attempt to traverse.
Did you bring Ashi to a hag's hut?
Hi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hop, hop, hop.
Are you going under the rock, Zahl?
Absolutely.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Ashi's day out, he just falls in the ocean and dies.
No.
Hey, Ashi, you should stay there. Hop,
Okay.
hop, hop.
Demi is standing next
That's
to
a
Ashi.
natural 20. That's a natural 20.
Okay,
Oh,
where
yeah.
you get purchase on these slippery rocks and begin to follow it. They kind of, again, cut down this traw and along these they're like tide pools, essentially, but very steep. As you cut down, you begin to kind of make your way around, and you now see this massive opening where the house is collapsing inwards, and then this darkness. What's your dark vision at? 60 feet?
60 feet.
So you can see a fair distance.
Oh, no, 120. I'm sorry.
120. You can actually also see the entryway, similar to Salvator. It's a ways back. It is going to be on foot, a precarious walk at best to get back to this door frame. And there are crabs everywhere. They are this pale white with these like deep red pincers. Sunshine, you would have noticed this as well. I apologize for missing the detail. They are these pale white shelled crabs with these blood red tips to each of their pincers. They're about this big around, kind of scaling from this big to about this big, and they scutter everywhere around this place.
It's like
I
Davy
think-
Jones'
Yeah, Ashi, definitely stay there.
I think
Do not come down here.
He starts
Demi's
making a
seeing
snowman.
all of this is standing next to Ashi. From the shore, she can see that it's like precarious and there's like way too many crabs. And the fact that Salvator hasn't gone in yet, Demi's thinking, probably dangerous more than fun. So she's gonna go ahead and send a message to the hag
Okay.
that she met.
Okay. It's just a message, right? Not sending.
Oh no, sending. I'm sorry.
you are
I will
gonna do a
send.
sending, okay.
I will do sending. So. We met them in. Oh God, what island? Fairwind.
It was
Thank you.
Fairwind Hold, yeah.
Thank you. I was like,
Good shout.
so many islands, so many things.
80 episodes of stuff.
Yeah. Hello, it's Captain Demi. We met at Fairwind. Directed you here. We came to visit. Can you move crabs? That's it.
Yes. You hear inside of your head. The crabs told me you had arrived. I did not realize it was you. Please come in. And you do see the crabs kind of do begin to shift up the wall, moving away where they were never really on the walkway. They are moving out of reach of it, at least. It is still quite precarious. This is not... You're pretty sure the hag doesn't use it and doesn't really care.
I would like to.
We just, because we have no context, we just watched this
Yeah, you just
parting
watch-
of the crab sea.
You watch the crabs part in this sort
They're
of tide.
preparing something.
No. No.
Fire!
I did it. That was me.
Oh,
That was me.
I didn't know you could control crabs. We should have used that sooner.
That is impressive.
No, she said we could come in.
Oh, cool. Hop. Can I just keep hopping?
With your
in?
natural 20, Adam, you are able to proceed all the way
I'm
through.
gonna.
Just
I'm
make
gonna
it to the door.
Look at him parkouring. Jesus.
It's incredible. Adam, it is literally, as you kind of get to the portion where they have constructed a path by leaning broken 2x4s from the old house over boulders and rocks, you put your foot on it, and it just immediately begins to wobble back and forth. It is nigh impossible to traverse. But with a natty 20, you kind of just slip your way across and find yourself at this real slip.
I imagine it's Zahl. You all watch as Zahl like bumbles through this, and it is definitely like he falls, but happens his hand lands on a rock that he can push himself up, and it's like a lot of like there's way too many mistakes, but it's just pure luck of like, whoa, okay, cool, lands on his hand and springs off of it instinctually and like lands on the next rock.
Even to those of you with incredible passive insights, it looks very intentional and smooth.
I think that Demi watching this goes, oh no, fuck that. And she pulls the lyre out and casts fly on herself. Just, no.
And you, Demi, with your visibility, you would actually see Zahl disappear at a certain point into pitch black. And then you just kind of hear the sounds of him being slick and smooth.
Absolutely not. Would someone like to direct me? I won't be able to see.
Me neither.
Oh, fuck.
Who?
Salvator?
What's happening?
Salvator,
All right,
I'm going to
fine.
hold the back of your cape. I'm fully holding the back of his robe.
The amount of noise that our party is
I'm
currently
flying.
making is the
I imagine you're doing the thing that Kronk does in The Emperor's New Groove when he's sneaking through town. Doing your own theme music.
I am flying, but it's literally just me holding the back of Salvatore's robes of many eyes, being like,
Yeah, I'll go back and get Debbie and say, Asha, you stay here in the freezing cold. We'll be about a half an hour to an hour. We don't know.
Look, I'm making, like you, that thing you made. And he's rolling a snowball up and he's starting to put... Look, see?
You'll make a fine wizard, Ashi.
Yes.
Sling back into the darkness of the cave.
oh my god, fine.
I love the head. I just love this. Salvatore is going to make Ashi a wizard one day, and it's very good.
Oh,
it's very good.
That's perfect. So Zahl, you are the first to reach, but in tow is Salvatore, followed by Sunshine and Demi holding on to the robe of many eyes. As you
Demi's helping. I'm just skiing.
Okay.
I'm not helping. I was fully just gonna ski.
They're both just skitching rides, like.
Just
two Genasi hitching a ride on a lich. It's
I don't
fine.
know how strong you both think I am, but it's far too much. So right now,
you don't need to breathe.
slowly pull forward.
Debbie yells that. You don't need to breathe.
Help us all.
What's up? Oh shit!
Aren't you like fully armored, Sunshine?
It's enchanted glass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't help too much, but it
I was
helps.
gonna say, I love how you
That's
said like that
very
changes things.
I've got those arms Goofy has in all the movies.
It is slow moving and quite the struggle, but with magical propulsion and a lot of choking, Salvatore is able to tow his companions.
Oh wait, I don't need to breathe anymore. It's
I
over.
don't
you're
think
good.
I ever thought that I would hear that description in D&D with a lot of magical proportion and a lot of choking. It succeeds.
Somebody please quit that. As you kind of make your way over to the door. Zahl, being the first one there, as you look down the cellar, it is this ice-slicked set of stairs that probably goes down about 15-20 feet into a room down beyond. You can still see, as you get close, the crabs that were requested to move are still removing themselves from this space, coming out the door. They skitter past you up over your head, and there's this kind of sound as they seem to snap at you a little bit. They don't quite reach out to get you, but they kind of pass by you. You also see them further down the stairs where it heads into some sort of open room that you don't really have a line of sight into, them going further into the room, as if clearing this passageway of a blockage of literal crabs.
So they're like snapping at me?
They don't quite go to attack you, but they are like, you know how crabs defensively go...
Yeah, okay. I thought they were like going full defense, like, I'm gonna get him! And I was like, dude, boss just said move.
Dick move, crabs.
Krabby from Pokemon.
I was like, damn. I think Zahl would start making his way down the stairs, seeing this awkward bobsled of a lich behind him.
Okay. So, as you
Don't
cross
enchant
into the
me.
stairs, I will say, now I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. I'm going to give you advantage because of your nat 20 earlier. As you begin to make your way. These stairs are a different kind of problem. As you look at them, they are covered in slicked seaweed that has frozen solid to stone stairs. It is one of the most treacherous surfaces you have ever been on, and you've stood on a sand dune mimic, so you kind of know. It is very tricky, and there's also detritus and debris from whatever these crabs have been eating everywhere.
Oh.
It's a little
believe in the heart of the cards.
It's that
And
penguin
that's what's
race
gonna get
from
me
Mario
through it.
64.
Glad I had advantage.
Go down on your tummy. I think that
Yo,
we should go faster.
I killed it. I got a 9.
Oh.
Oh,
I rolled a
physically,
1 and a
actually,
9 and an
literally-
8.
Like, literally
Yeah, he
killed
did.
it.
It's a 1 and
he
an
did
8.
perish on these
But I
stairs.
got it's I had advantage. So
Thank God for the
Literally killed it.
advantage to get rid of that natty, right?
yeah, it was a natty 1 for a hot sec.
Ooh, as you step onto the stairs, you're feeling pretty confident after that kick-assery. Your companions are right behind you. The crabs are passing for you, and it is literally one of those whoop, boof, and you bounce your way down the stairs from step to step to step, and come tumbling out into a... You hear an echoing Salvator laugh.
What happened?
From behind.
I just hear, and I feel like then we hear dun 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 dun.
So the sounds went from
Oh.
the sounds definitely went from what to go.
And then just go flying behind him.
I love you guys because even at level 15, you let me do these things. I appreciate you very much.
The 3 flying individuals come down the stairs slowly.
Yeah. So I will
You know,
say,
we had a conversation with God 3 days ago, but here we are.
We're still
We're stooging our way
idiots.
down the stairs.
will never change. Zahl, you
Damage
are,
do I
as
take?
you kind of come tumbling out, you spin onto, again, salt and ice-slicked floor with seaweed all over the place into a very, very large room. Surprisingly large, as its ceiling isn't very high, and there are little pools of water all over the place where the shore is washed in here. But this is a large, opened-out room. Near the back, you see a large stone altar that is long, worn, and beaten by sea, filling in this space, and then retreating back out with the storms and such that hit the coast here. And on it sits a large, hunched-looking female sort of form with this seaweedy hair that hangs past her face, completely concealing her physical form. And she kind of reaches out with a long hand. Hello.
Nice to see you again. And I'm gonna shake it. I don't know if that's where she was going. Was she going
kind of,
for like
as you go for it,
was
she
going
kind
for
of
a
pulls
kiss?
back a little bit. And
Why would you put your hand? Okay.
Welcome. I had no idea that such places existed in such small towns, but I appreciate the recommendation. So. And then, yeah, the 3 of you arrive and see the same large open room with pools of water, and you can see these swarms of crabs are all over this room around you as well, Salvator. Again, it's pitch black in here, Demi and Sunshine. There is no natural source of lighting down here, but you hear the sounds of crabs and the voice of that hag, Demi, that you would have met. I don't believe Sunshine has yet.
No.
Addressing Zahl. Salvator, you've seen them and see this as well with your eyesight. Your dark vision.
Hello. Would you mind if we put on the light? Because my robes are starting to stretch.
Certainly, if you have provided one, yes, that is fine.
I pull out the drift globe and I cast daylight.
Okay. You do see kind of, again, the crabs shift a little bit with the light as if surprised by it, as they kind of move up the wall a little bit and over onto the ceiling. But other than that.
So they don't seem nothing like has like a vampiric response
No vampiric
to sunlight.
response here.
Cool.
What does the rest of the room look like?
It is just this single massive room that does Salvator, even with just a basic look here.
Of invisible and ethereal things?
Oh, you're looking for invisible and ethereal things.
In general.
But as you're
At all
taking
times.
basis, this looks like a place where magic was once done for certain. You're not certain exactly what. A lot of the evidence has been washed away. It would take a little bit closer scrutiny to actualize that or realize that. But it is this one large room buried in the shore down here with these pools of water that seem to have formed after the fact. There is an element of nature reclaiming this space over the many years that has been empty. And these patches of these white-shelled crabs with red-tipped claws all over the place. And the hag just kind of sitting on this altar. Make a perception check for me as you look around.
Me?
Yeah.
Shit. Damn it.
Does it look like she brought this altar here?
No, it is carved out of the stone.
Oh no, they turned digital dice off.
Want to look at the altar?
Make an investigation check for me. Are you looking for anything in particular?
To see, function, right? Does it look like it was created, like, for some sort of sacrifice? For, like, rituals? Like, there are a lot of different
Make
uses
an investigation
for altars.
check for me. We'll start there, my friend.
18.
An 18.
14.
Salvator, as you're looking... Oh, what was that button? I'm sorry.
Sorry. 14.
14 for you. Okay. So, Salvator, as you are looking, the utility of the space is worn and gone, and you're not entirely 100% on what it's for. However, you do notice with that check that there does appear to be an invisible chest that is shoved behind the altar. You are just seeing the end of it. There is also a swarm of crabs, like, kind of around it that is up the length of this thing, as the hag kind of is sitting on the altar itself, watching you all. Sunshine, as you are glancing around with the new daylight revealing the space to you, you are familiar with druidic magics, and there are remnants of symbology and runes in druidic along the shape and side of the altar. They are almost unintelligible.
It's one of the few languages I know, though they are going to... May I read your altar?
I don't see why not.
Thank you very much.
Kind of
fly
pulls
over.
this thing over, and you kind of go over. She doesn't seem to be hostile towards you guys, given that you gave her an out, and is fairly amicable. You've done nothing but trade with her thus far.
Give her a new home.
And she's been here for months, and nobody's come to try and kill her, which, again, a mark in your favor.
There we go.
So she kind of just is
Played
like,
this perfectly.
yeah, you made a friend, weirdly, of this being.
Yeah.
But as she kind of like pulls a little bit of this weird seaweedy-like dress that kind of hangs over it away for you to take a look. Again, most of this is broken, but there are words and elements in here that hearken to... 1 minute, sorry. Hearken unto me, my friends. Sorry, guys, I have the wrong thing open as always.
You're good.
But as I'm looking for this, you do see, she kind of looks to you all and says, so, as Sunshine, you're reading this altar, and Salvatore, you're eyeing this. What can I help you all with today? It is good to see you. Will you be staying in Saltmarsh soon or long?
Not particularly long, I don't believe this time. How do you find the city?
Small, rustic, not particularly
Good place
scrutinized.
to retire.
Yes.
Yes.
Away, it's not quite fair wind, but it is certainly better than anywhere else.
Fair.
Are you
I suppose
looking
we just-
afraid?
We just wanted to, see how you were doing, see your setup here. If you have something particularly of interest, we could see about trading. Have you found anything interesting?
I've acquired a few items in my time traveling.
Lovely.
I arrived here, but I did a little wandering around the region.
Lovely.
Love to
We
see
would-
that.
We would love to see what you have.
Okay. And she kind of begins to move back over the altar, and you see her duck down, Salvatore, to interact with that invisible chest back there.
I pretend I don't see it. In fact, I turn the other direction.
Okay, very
I
nice.
still see it.
You still see
And
it.
I'll
Make
still
a
be
deception check for me, bud.
What? But I have to make a deception check. I'm turned around.
The DC is very low.
How?
Oh no.
Save it.
That's you're good.
Haha! Idiot, I can see you the whole time. I say that out loud but quietly.
Lord.
Oh my god, where is this freaking?
Lord.
I should have written it in my
Genius.
notes. I'm sorry.
All the crabs are like, he can see, he can see, he can see, he can see.
Fireball.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Be eating good tonight.
That, you know what? Crab legs are very good.
It does.
So
I haven't had
as
crab legs in so long.
you are looking through this, you very clearly do make out the name Beory, Beory, Sunshine. And with your history and ability to read this, I won't even make you do a roll on this. Beory is considered the true neutral goddess of nature. And you start to make out her symbology, which is like the green disc. Just a simple green circle outlaid in various points on this altar.
All right.
Shit.
And the heck kind of tilts her head to the side, looking at you for a moment, Sunshine, as she's rummaging behind us. So, what do you make of it? Quite the puzzle.
Fascinating. I didn't know that there were druidic folk around here. I knew one druid, but he's since relocated.
Well, there are more. In the Obdai thicket to the west. Within town, likely your friend visited them, though they are not the kind who take too well to my sort. But this druid, and you watch as she kind of casts her glance around the ceiling, and as you follow her sight, she's looking at the scattered crabs. He's a little more amicable to the powers that be that might come from a figure like me.
That's interesting. She said is.
She said he.
Yeah.
This is all out loud, correct?
I take a fucking full step back from the wall.
Okay.
I
Is
start
he here
looking-
now?
Yes, he's been quite the host.
Oh, hello. What is your name? My name's Sunshine. They just start talking to the room.
You will have to excuse him. He's not an individual of words anymore.
Oh.
Can I do a perception check on the crabs to see if there's like one that's different?
Sure, yeah, make a perception
There's
check.
one that's a
One.
guy doing this.
One big crab.
There's one crab with a mustache and a monocle. He's going,
I see.
"Yeah, see?"
There's one mud crab from Skyrim.
That's a 14, so I definitely find human crab.
All of these crabs are, none of them are like they're very different shapes. There's different sizes and growths to them. There's no one crab that looks like the leader.
Gotcha.
Does he mind that we're here?
Not in the least, as long as you don't pose a threat. Though, no, you are my guests.
Oh, thank you very much. Did you find something that you wanted to show us?
Ah, yes. And she kind of, Salvator, you see her open this invisible chest. The rest of you don't really see what's going on back behind there.
Whoa.
Through your back, you see this, and she
What's
kind of
this
flips it.
crabs on the
open.
wall.
And as now you are looking at the crabs, there's something that's been a little bit off to you all through this time. They do seem to almost move as a collective whole.
Ah.
Hive mind.
Hive crab.
Oh my god. An elder crab brain.
Elder crab.
Oh.
King Clack Clack.
There are a lot of crabs in this D&D game.
This is where he's been hiding and not helping us.
I was hungry when I wrote these hooks.
This is where Clack actually lives, and he's just been like.
After our last thing of Conundrum Company, we all meet up in person and go take Josh to get crab legs because apparently that's what he's wanted.
Yeah, that's my reward.
Crab legs.
That and getting to play with you guys, of course.
The reward of crab
that was a nice
legs.
save, Josh.
You run an entire campaign just to get crab legs. That's very good, though.
It's a long con, baby.
So as you are looking, she does begin to pull out a few items from this chest. You see 3 scrolls. And she just kind of pushes them towards you. And it does appear to, just for brevity's sake, because we're doing purchasing with this ominous music, a scroll of Bigby's hand, a scroll of, Salvator's Splendiferous Talon, scroll of Conjure Woodland Beings, and a scroll of Protection from Celestials.
Oh,
Can I? I don't think I can learn Conjure Woodland Beings. Can I?
don't believe so.
No.
But I could be wrong. And you're welcome to check.
Can I lean over to Salvatore and just kind of whisper?
Oh, goodness.
I mean, I don't love the protection from Celestials, but I don't know what your life is going to be like after all of this, and you may need that.
All right. What are you going to do to me?
No, not me. I'm not a Celestial.
You're planning something?
I'm not a Celestial.
Boys.
Don't look at me like that.
I've got my eyes on you.
You only have...
All of the eyes go forward.
You only have... Just, I have my... Like, No, I'm just saying, like, I don't... Because, like, you know, last week, or the other day, yesterday, that guy kind of, like, did a little bit of a threat, so I'm just trying to help you out.
Right. Well, let's find out what the prices are like. If it's like, you know, I want your feet, then I'm not doing it. I like my feet.
You don't need your feet.
Couldn't you?
Are you kidding me? Well, how am I supposed to put my shoes on?
You don't wear shoes.
Don't wear shoes.
I do. They make me fly.
No, those are like
Right.
anklets. At
You know
best.
these?
Please don't. I feel like Zahl has thought they were like anklets that have been on your feet this entire time.
No, they're literally like attached to my feet.
Yeah.
They don't fit, right?
No. I have to like physically tie them to my feet.
Oh no. Can Sunshine ask just in Druidic in the space, how long have you been here?
You actually get a response to that in Druidic, but is Druidic in the form of an animal communication and the way that they are able to speak this. As you hear this clattering of claws, guys, all of you who do not speak Druidic would actually hear a uproarious skittering noise begin to move from this, almost like the sound of crashing waves, as you hear. However, to you, Sunshine, it would manifest.
That almost sounds like primordial. Weird.
Zahl would be like
it is a little akin to primordial, as it begins to communicate you in this sonorous series of voices, all joining in one to create this sort of deep, gravelly, broken sort of voice that says to you, "Nigh on 600 years.
Oh my goodness.
You practice the druidic arts."
Yes, I do. You're very impressive.
And you see as like one of this wave of crabs kind of moves around the wall towards Sunshine.
I have so many questions for you.
It is
What
rare that I get to speak with another.
I'm sorry. But so much time must have passed since you've been able to.
The druids of the thicket keep watch, but they do not wish to converse with my kind.
Why is that?
A legacy of death, differing worldviews, and a need
to sustain myself.
That's deeply ominous. All right. Fascinating.
Stinky poops. I hate 'em.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm just fascinated. With this... Said he's been around for 600 years.
Give or take, yeah.
You know when that bridge was built?
Long before my time here.
Long before your time. And do you know of any magical fuckery that's happened while you've been here? Not of the druidic sort. I don't think.
There is various practitioners that cross this world, though the same stories could be told for any town or village across the land. Just one figure who can cast magic can leave traces. In fact, I would be considered one of that fuckeries, I suppose.
I would love to hear more about that.
You are welcome to hear my tale. Perhaps you may aid me.
This quest has been here since day fucking one.
I know! Fascinating. What aid do you need? I would love to hear this.
I am doubly cursed, I suppose. As a young man, I contracted what your kind would call vampirism. And in the hopes of breaking that curse, I turned to the druidic arts. I looked for a way to separate myself from the plague within me. I channeled the powers of Bacab. I'm getting the name wrong. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry. The one I said earlier. Biori.
Okay.
Biori, not Bacab. Bokoblin. I've been playing Zelda. Biori.
Ah.
I'm not sure if I incurred their wrath in what I was doing, or if this was simply an accident of my own making, but I found myself scattered, still consumed by the bloodlust that is a part of my form, my nature, but now trapped in the form of this mass of crabs. The only thing I have found is that it requires me to feed less.
Do you think that perhaps this was an attempt to assist you in quenching that vampirism?
It is a miserable way to live, if it is. And there is a surge of, it's hard to get emotion from this language or this entity, yeah. But there's this surge and bubbling of the crabs around you, those of you who are watching, as they seem to shift, almost a element of a feeling of, you can tell, right, that pressure of somebody being angry, raw, emotional, sort of hatred, and it suffuses from these creatures. There's a uptick in the skittering and clattering of claws that is making up this voice.
Everything okay, John?
Having a very fascinating conversation with a 600-year-old druid who is a vampire and is still slightly vampiric, but trapped in these forms. What's your name, sir?
We cannot do this again. No more. No.
No more what?
I do not recall.
I mean, and I think he looks at the rest of them and points at the pouch full of diamond dust.
These scrolls look lovely, but I don't think I'll be taking any of them. Do you have anything else? We don't have to do that now. That's just what Salvatore's focus.
I'm sure if you like step in to have this conversation, you can like this is a long conversation. You can do multiple things.
No, go back to the crab thing.
Button.
Right.
I think if we were to attempt to help you out of this, I would want to be certain that your bloodlust was not directed at any sort of sentient beings if you return to your former state.
That is not something that I can guarantee.
Really?
It is difficult to control one's nature.
I'm sorry, the crabs are still doing the thing. What's happening? What are we doing? What's going on?
In common, seeing whether or not I trust him with becoming his former self.
Demi drops into Primordial.
As you say this to them, oh sorry, Parker.
No, go for it.
No. Have at it.
No, you said as it said, so go for it.
Just as you were saying this, you do see as some of these crabs begin to move a little bit towards the door, as if you're alluding to be able to help, and then seeming to back out of it a little bit.
He tries to close off our exit?
He doesn't quite shut it, but there is a shifting of a mass of crabs along the wall towards the door a little bit. And you see now as the hag is kind of watching things and goes, Now, let us all be calm.
I'm perfectly calm, although I do think you're blocking the door. You don't have to do that, sir.
How the fuck do you talk to this thing?
What are we doing?
Yeah, what's
I
happening?
do not.
I did relay in common everything that I'd learned.
Yes.
I still think Zahl's confused. That's why he's like, what's happening?
Parker, what were you saying? I apologize because I interrupted you. You were saying in Primordial to Sunshine?
Oh, I don't remember now.
Okay, sorry.
I think I was just gonna switch to Primordial to continue that conversation. What? This is a lot. Did you offer to help a 600-year-old druid vampire?
No, like I
With
said, I was
something?
seeing whether or not it seemed like something I wanted to offer. And he talked about bloodlust and how he didn't know if he could control it, which is why I'm on the fence.
We've met vampires before. Zahl and Salvator and I.
Oh,
I cannot speak to whether or not it's easy to handle. I'm not even sure how you would help. Is it like all of him? There's thousands of
the
crabs
crabs,
here.
yes. Yes, all of the crabs are the druid.
But they reproduce and die.
I don't know if they do. Does your body organically reproduce? What are you experiencing? What is your life cycle like?
My form is eternal.
Oh. Archdruid shit. Alrighty. No, it's always the same.
Yes, a real classy gentleman.
You know, you're kindred spirit, Salvator.
Seems like a cool guy to me. Let's let him out.
So, if you are uncertain whether or not you can control this, I think that relocating would be necessary. Because right now you are surrounded by a society, and if you aren't certain you could control the bloodlust, then I don't want you around all of these people. But that's not to say I don't want to free you.
Do the
Roll persuasion.
I think Demi in her head is picturing like these crabs going after somebody like piranhas.
He has alluded to still feeding.
Yeah.
And there are stories that come along with this place amongst the population of Saltmarsh.
The vampiric.
He is not innocent even in this form.
Can I do what I did earlier today and use the wheel feature again as a reaction to improve this 13?
You can, yeah, I'll let you.
Okay. Okay, 17.
The wheel.
I would have done
A 17.
Counterspell the wheel.
Yeah.
You see, as it is hard to read this figure, but it seems to kind of pull back a little bit from the door, settling into at least being satisfied with your answer for now, and also not wanting to lose the chance to elicit your aid.
Mm-hmm.
Salvator, as this is all going on and you are finagling for
Continuing
items,
commerce.
Yeah, you will see the hex says, savvy. And she does glance around and is like, is everyone good? Okay. I made this the most dangerous shop on the fucking planet.
Yeah!
But hey,
Kind of dope though.
you guys sent her here.
I just love the sea hag and the arch druid crab guy hanging out together.
that
It's
just
a very
sounds
cool
like
duo.
They're roommates.
Yeah, they're roomies. Nobody likes them, so they're like, okay, cool.
They
Just
can't
live in this
talk to each
hole
other.
under
They
a
can't
house.
communicate. That's a sort of
Live in this little crab shack, if you
Do you
will.
mind if I move in? Yes. Get out of here. All right. I'll just put my stuff down.
Please leave.
Oh, you silly crabs.
Stop pinching me.
Get away. There is an element that she is a sea hag, which means she has some volition with creatures of the
Yeah.
sea, and this poor druid is caught in limbo. So one could speculate that there is some strange magical elements to this. But
Feed on her, but I can't.
there is one final item, as the hag kind of goes, yes, savvy. And she does pull out this ornate-looking scepter. It is made of this sort of brass metal that curls upwards, and on the end of it, there is this pale white eyeball that has a pupil to it, and it is sort of milky over it, and it rotates and shifts and seems to look around the room. Almost constantly, it darts around. And just for brevity, this is the Rod of Alertness. This is a very expensive item, but it is very good.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Oh, snap.
For those of you who are curious, so it gives you the alertness thing, which essentially while you're holding it, gives you advantage on wisdom and or perception checks, and rolls on initiative, so it's an initiative advantage. It also allows you to cast, using an action, one of the following spells: detect evil and good, detect magic, detect poison, and see invisibility. So, sorry, I paused on
so
detect.
good.
Magic goes powerful, but it does one more thing that's really good. It has a protective aura. As an action, you can plant the haft end of the rod in the ground, whereupon the rod's head sheds bright light in a 60-foot radius and dim light for an additional 60 feet. While in the bright light, you and any creature that is friendly to you gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws and can sense the location of any invisible hostile creature that is also in the bright light.
That's very good.
This is like a portable robe of eyes for you to put on the ground for the whole party.
Yeah, it protects like your. That's very cool.
Yeah.
And she kind of just holds it.
Thank you.
Quite rare.
All right, let's get out of here before this crab's
Salvatore, did you find something you'd
You
like?
didn't really do that, did you? Okay. I was like, do I need to say roll initiative?
No.
I mean, you went on like 5 minutes, but let's deal with the money.
Yeah,
first.
let's okay.
How much is this shit?
How much is this shit?
As she is looking at it, she kind of looks to you and says, as you recall, monetary value is not particularly of interest to me. I will take your gold, but it is cheaper to trade if you have items of interest. She kind of rubs her hands together. Magical accoutrements, spell components, anything like that. If you are looking for a gold price, she kind of pauses. 12,000 gold pieces should suffice.
I have an incredibly rare item for you. It's actually very rare.
Oh, nice. Well done. Thank you for using key phrases. I appreciate you.
And I pull out a scroll of Find the Path.
Oh!
Here you go. It's super valuable, and it'll make your scroll collection even bigger.
This will cover in part for certain. But I'm sure as a magical practitioner yourself that you know these are not quite the same.
Oh, I don't know. If I could add this to my
Roll a
repertoire,
persuasion
I
check
would.
for me. The DC is through the fucking roof. And
I'm gonna use my advantage.
Advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what are your portents
Bardic
today?
inspiration.
What is your
Oh,
portents
yeah, you want
today?
your portents, Sean?
Oh, I'd love them.
Let's
I
see.
got
Can
you.
I give
I
him
got
bardic
you.
inspiration?
You
I
have
got you.
a 4 and a 7, and you can give him
Oh.
Bardic Inspiration, Parker.
I'll
And an
wheel
eight.
as
You
well.
get a D12.
Four,
if
4,
you
a
want
7,
it.
and an 8.
Yeah, so it will fuck me eventually, but I'm sorry, they're not super high.
I'm not gonna use them now.
You can have a D12
You want a
A
D12?
D12? I'll
for
take
the bardic
D12.
inspiration.
Yeah, let's see how that
Nice.
goes. Hiya! Wow, the 12 was better than the dice I rolled together. I got a 12 on the the D12.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
hang on,
Math.
I'm stupid.
And this is the D&D part where we have to do math.
Oh.
And I would
What's
know.
the beauty?
21.
21. Okay. You see
Roll the
her
5.
weigh it. This is appreciated, but I will still need more.
We had to pay a lot for that
I
scroll.
could bring the price down a little bit too. This
How?
and 6,000 gold pieces would be sufficient.
Wow.
Do we not have 6,000?
We do,
Oh, all right.
but it's a good time to get rid of anything you're not using.
As the party pulls all their shit out
Yeah,
of their
we're all
pockets and
looking.
piles it up. Yeah.
That scroll was the
Little-
only thing I had.
That's literally
Demi
what I'm
pulls
doing.
out the wind fan. We have some things we don't use.
That is true.
Oh, right, the bag of holding. Nice. Good thinking, Demi.
Ah,
I pull the wind
everything you
fan out.
Okay, the wind fan. She looks at it and says, "That will help some, but still."
Oh,
I
did anyone want this? And she's just digging, like she's sticking her hand down in the bag of holding, like it's a Mary Poppins thing. She puts the wind fan back, and she pulls out the chime of opening that we found. Does anyone want this?
You do
Does that
see the
require
hag's
attunement?
eyes light up a little bit with that.
Because she can break into people's houses.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yep.
Doors
Fair
don't
trade.
exist.
I don't know. Yes, I think it does. Hold on.
If it requires attunement, then no.
Chimes, I don't believe they
I
do.
don't believe it.
No, it's
does.
just
I
a charge item, so it has a limited number of charge.
has
Once they're
10.
used, they're gone.
Oh, we should keep that. We've tried to break into so many places and never
Hey.
used that.
Hey, and I think at that, Zahl brings out his lockpick kit and goes, "I've got it. I've got it.
One of them's
I-
broken.
Just I
I had it."
One of them's a Sharpie marker from the one
setting
shot. Sorry, Parker.
setting Zol's confidence in that aside. I have a spell that unlocks doors, and we just found this. Is why we've never used it.
That's
Yes.
I think they pull out the longbow that is Silence Enduring's longbow of certain death.
Also a good addition.
Ooh.
Excellent. I love this.
We never use this now that my husband's gotten me a bow, and I don't think anyone else. I think all of your magic is better than this bow for dropping enemy.
Don't even think I can
Numerically
hold that.
speaking, the number of dice that comes from you is less or more than this.
Yes,
True.
I don't think I could even pull the string.
it is very heavy.
I could not.
The hag also seems interested in this, though the chimes seem like they would take a much larger portion off. It really depends on what you want to offer up the party.
Do we really need these?
I would love those, but
You'd like
I
them?
don't.
yes.
I feel like we could get through doors pretty easy though.
I feel like we definitely have money.
We do.
Yeah, but we need that for like
Um,
supplies and things.
We have plenty. If we'd like to just.
What
do-
if you need to build another Salvator?
Yes, we have more than enough of that. I also have another Talvasaur in my pocket.
Do you really?
Yes.
With the longbow and the scroll, how much?
With the longbow and with the scroll, she kind of like takes a moment to let me check the rarity on that.
The longbow is rare.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
It should be
Yeah.
rare.
So, as she's kind of contemplating it, she says, "The scroll and the longbow in 3,000 gold pieces."
Sounds great.
A deal?
And she hands over 3,000 gold pieces.
Okay.
There you go.
She pushes the scepter across the counter and stuffs the things into the invisible chest, Salvator, which you are still seeing.
Lovely.
Any possibility we could get that gift wrapped?
I put it in the bag of holding.
You know what?
Is-
Fucking
well-
crabs swarm across and they disappear all over it and they come away and it's wrapped in butcher paper.
Oh,
What
that's
was it?
very impressive.
How did
What
you
is it?
know what I
Rod of
said?
alertness. With a rod of alarm.
Yeah, Rod of Alertness.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was
Just
something
going
Now
in
that
the bag of
does
holding, 'cause
require
we have-
attunement to
Yeah.
do the cool things with.
But
We have multiple
I-
things we need to sit down and talk about where they're going, so I'm just putting it in the bag of holding for now.
yeah.
All right.
Well, that concludes business.
Yes, thank you so much. It was very nice to see you. I'm sure we'll bring you more things that we find along our path and don't need.
Wonderful as always. And as you're making your farewells, Button, you've still been having this conversation with this crab figure, so I don't want to cut that off. How would you like to proceed?
I think I need to do research into how one procures your freedom. I'm not going to pretend that it's something I think I can do immediately. And I need to find a place where it would be safer for you to live with the instincts plaguing you. Or I can try and fix those. But either way, this is not going to happen today.
Adam, yes.
Yeah. Josh, would I get the sense that I could possibly cure both of those problems with a spell that I have?
Highly unlikely if you're talking about greater restoration.
You got me in one.
What if?
This is a deep, deep curse. It's not a sort of curse. It'd be akin to, you know what I mean. It would be akin to.
I like that as a descriptor. It's very good.
It would be akin to what you did with Sunshine, but with something that is reluctant and directly bound to this figure's existence, which would require incredible resource. It's not off the table, and you're certainly welcome to try. But just considering the information that you've heard through Sunshine, this is very complex and not exactly understood because it's druidic magic, which means it's
weird as hell.
It out there.
It's Zahl and magic. It's already weird to him.
Your mind is like, what god is he attached to? We'll just
yeah. Tell his mom to leave him alone.
Yeah, we'll just go kill Bagul and then the curse will be broken.
Oh my goodness.
This Bagul bit is very good. I just watched something on Sinister like yesterday.
But I'm willing to pursue this for you. Sorry, they're just reiterating that.
Roll one more persuasion check for me with advantage.
Yeah.
Do you want an 8?
No.
Okay, cool.
Okay. 19.
A 19. Okay. You see the crabs kind of settle and move back from the door again. And there's this sort of moment of almost quiet, which you have yet to experience in this space. And then that kind of druidic sound, those creatures, comes back to you, Button, and you hear. Very well. What do I call you?
You can call me Sunshine.
There is an irony to that. Very well, Sunshine. I will await your return. And it kind of falls silent after that. And I say silent, but they're still like constantly.
Yeah.
And we're leaving, and we're backing up, and we're going.
Yeah, they will fly down as everyone else is exiting, and they will just like run.
Goodbye.
They'll just like very gently touch the top of one of the crab's heads and say, "I'll be back soon."
Okay.
And then
There
fly
is
out
like a
after
little
everyone
element
else.
of like but it doesn't seem to snip quite.
Mhm.
There is a wildness to these creatures as well.
Yeah.
Parker, I'm sorry, I interrupted you there.
No.
And we're leaving, and we're going.
And we're going, and no, Demi's just fully like,
Crab
and
witch is just kind of
we're
like,
done.
goodbye,
Yeah.
stop by
Yeah.
anytime, my dearies. And she seems
Bye.
much
You're
more
so
amicable.
pleasant.
Yeah, after this last experience, like, you've given her a home, you didn't kill the crab demon, she just is kind of like, these folks get it.
You folks understand that I'm not the bad guy.
That's
I want to go
right.
break into people's houses now.
She may still be a bit of a monster as an individual, but you know.
Bit of a monster.
know.
Yeah, but one with a bottom line to think about.
Yeah.
One of our
she's-
best friends is a lich. We're not here judging people.
Yeah,
I
you-
don't.
Literally,
Who's a
3
lich?
people in the room. There was a hag. There's 4 people in that room that are ungodly creatures on this world, which was a hag, a demon vampire crab person, a lich, and an angel. We're all in one room together, and you think we're gonna judge the hag? Like, we're
No
probably the
judgment.
least
An
judgy
angel.
people.
A hag and 14,000 crowds walk into a bar.
And I leave.
And the lich
the
says,
water
"Why did we
Genasi
come in
leaves."
here?"
We go home.
Oh,
We
beautiful.
go.
Do we want to, since we're around town, do we want to go ahead and go down to Zendros, just see if we can find out if she has anything from the capital?
Oh, yes.
Spend more
Yeah,
of our
we
money.
also should take a rest for a little bit. I could do one more of these, but then we should take a rest.
Sit down while we're talking to Zendros.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Zahl puts his hand on
My
Demi's
fly
shoulder.
is done, and I'm
Yeah,
just
Zahl
like,
puts his hand on Demi's shoulder and then casts it on just the 2 of them.
Is Ashi not coming?
Am I staying
Ashi's
here?
still upstairs. We have to get out of
outside.
we have to get out of here to get to Ashi.
Oh,
I should buy a
yeah.
coat. This is cool.
Oh! Maybe you should drop him
It's
at
that scene
home.
from The Shining with Jack.
I did make him a jacket.
I literally can't teleport him.
You did. That's true. He's got a cool pink jacket. It's bad.
Oh, yeah, do we have those on?
Hell yeah.
Ashi isn't
Fuck
taking this
yeah.
off, that's for sure. Unless Adam directs Josh to say otherwise, because it's
No,
you're
Ashi has a
familiar,
pink
my
jacket.
friend, and you have at it. I'm not. ever
Ashi
gonna-
has a pink jacket on.
Awesome.
So I was like, I get it.
Friends.
I get it.
Lord.
Honestly, I get it.
Oh,
But no, I think the reason why I didn't cast it on Ashi also is because we're still down in there, and it's a fucking hassle to get back out. So he's like, cast fly, flies up, and then lands next to Ashi, and he's like,
Hi.
we're gonna go to the other place and go see some other magical items. Also, there was like a crab demon down there. It was weird.
Weird.
Yeah, that's not like a usual.
the big crab that with the
No, like millions of little ones that like were like conscious together. I don't get it.
This world is weird. What's with all the crabs?
I don't know.
it's a coastal city setting. Ashi.
You're right.
Way
I
to
shouldn't
call out
criticize.
Salvator.
I shouldn't criticize this
No
person,
more.
whoever it is. You're right, Demi. Thank you. And he
Call
does step
outs.
to the side very proudly, and there's like a tiny, what you're pretty sure is supposed to look like Salvator snowman. And as he does, like part of
Aw.
it falls off to the side and kind of like slumps into the snow. But he's attempted.
Okay.
That's pretty accurate.
All right. So
Half
the
gone.
quartermaster.
Yeah, that's the bit I was going for.
Sorry, Demi.
Sorry, fuck.
It's fine.
So you guys make your way to the Master of Love.
I like that as our flying sound. Yes.
There's just a
like
very,
the,
very, very low Flight of the Bumblebee playing underneath it as the audio
Oh,
track.
bless.
I love that.
I have to walk. Debbie and I have to walk.
Okay. I will say, for the sake of it, you guys fly alongside your
Getting in my
companions who are
cardio.
Yeah.
You cross the bridge. Those of you with a little bit of Fey ancestry get a little bit of a tummy
I have
turning.
to say, I love this bridge. Nice view of the town.
Very nice bridge.
I hate this.
Very
film.
walkable.
It's
What,
quite.
you,
It is.
you don't
There
like
are
it?
houses built up on it too. It's quite cute.
I do not enjoy this bridge. Why do you? It's fine.
I cast Detect Magic for shits and giggles, because that hasn't happened yet in this game.
This bridge is magical as fuck. Funnily enough, as you look at this bridge, from the keystones at either side as you are beginning to cross the bridge to about halfway across, this thing radiates abjuration magic.
Ooh.
Dispel.
It does not seem to take.
Greater restoration. No, okay.
This is a kind of like layered plague curse bridge, Adam. No,
so you're gonna have to concentrate on it, and
Well, yeah,
Josh,
but
does it
greater restoration the way it's intended?
Zol's never used any spell the way it was supposed to be intended. Let's be honest.
You only cast greater restoration as like a fucking concentration spell.
Whenever it comes up, I make you work.
It's happened multiple times.
It's
It's
very
not
good.
like
No,
kitchen restorations, Adam.
what was I thinking?
Oh my god.
Sorry, but
Flip
Or
your
restore the
magical
house.
effect.
With this abjuration magic, does it feel similar to the abjurative properties of the Kingdom of Shar and those crystals?
my shoes.
Your shoes.
I may have
The
done
hammer.
a dumb here. Let me check something here.
It might be.
I might have the wrong.
No,
spell.
abjuration. Abjuration's probably the right thing.
Yeah,
Right?
it should be. I'm so sorry. No, it radiates conjuration. My sincere
Oh!
I'm so sorry. That's much
Everything
more. I got my
is
schools mixed up. D&D.
We kill the bridge.
It
We use the bridge.
radiates a very strong residual imprint of conjuration magic.
You're all
that
having this conversation. I'm across the bridge.
You're gone.
Yeah, same.
I was gone, yeah. It ends very strangely, Sunshine, as you are walking. The first half all the way across, and then it ends abruptly, almost as if there is this invisible wall, and on the other side there is no magic of it. It just, half this bridge radiates conjuration.
It's the fourth dragon.
What if this is the way to Arvindor?
What did you say?
What if this way is the way to Arvindor?
Can you please just...
All right.
I don't know why it bothers me. It just does.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Or
whoa,
maybe
whoa,
the
whoa.
Feyre. I don't know. There's some fuckery.
Fucking love this.
Landed Zendros.
It's really fun to have you guys come back to Saltmarsh and explore all this shit with the ability to just see straight through the veil. It's
And
pretty-
two of us who've never experienced any of this shit.
Yeah, you're like, huh?
Yeah, this is my first time here.
Welcome to the bridge.
Hello.
Demi's on the other side of the bridge being like, so one time they told us that just everybody with Fae, and just it bothers them. It just bothers them. Morton hated it. Morton hated it more than I hate it. I don't know why I hate it.
It's strange.
I really
Well.
do wonder.
I don't
Conjured.
know. I guess one of the spells was Fae.
All of you more magically inclined people.
Yes.
Is teleportation conjuration?
I believe that is. Yes.
Make an Arcana check for me, guys.
All of us?
No,
Anyone
there's
answering this
my
question for Sunshine?
info.
And you as well, too, Button, if you'd like to.
I pull out my
I
spell
am.
book and say, "Well, yes, it is."
That
But I will roll an Arcana check.
there is more possible information here.
I'm
I
going
rolled
to
a
be
2 minus
completely
1.
honest.
So they do, in fact, ask with no idea.
You're like, hey,
Is that
Uh,
a thing?
I got a 13, so Demi goes, oh, I don't know much about any of the schools of magic. Mine just sort of happens.
Well,
Zol 100%
actually-
and a
goes,
little
I didn't know
blue
there was
flare. Like,
clues.
It's
very
just shape
pretty.
water.
Yeah, it's very
Well-
it's beautiful.
You see,
Zol's like, I
Sunshine.
didn't know there was schools.
28.
With a 28,
Huh?
not only is teleportation conjuration, plane shift is conjuration.
Bridge Arvindor. I'm calling it. I feel like that's where the elves vanished.
Could be.
Where's Arvindor located?
Isn't
Half
Zol the
mile
only
away.
one who's read the book on Arvindor?
It is its own plane of existence, outside of any of the other ones. Created specifically
Zol-
for the elves.
Still ask that question.
Nice.
He's the one that read it.
Everyone kind of blinks at you. I assume.
What a silly boy you are.
Look him after.
Man.
But you do successfully cross the vomit bridge.
Woo!
Yeah, 10 out of 10. And as you do and begin to make your way towards the faithful quartermaster of Eos, we've actually been at this for 2 hours, believe it or not.
Shit.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, my dear friends. Guys, stick with us. We'll be gone for 10 minutes tops. While we're away, !win will get you entered in our Skull Splitter dice giveaway for 100 dice in a skull mug. Again, followers get 1 entry, subscribers get 2. If you're going to subscribe to it beforehand, it's not retroactive. And of course, also, while you're at it, put in hashtag ONSCC for a chance to get in on that One Night Strahd giveaway. You can get a digital copy of the One Night Strahd Adventure, which is awesome, by our friends at the Hedra Group, who made One Night Strahd. Link in chat. And that hashtag, or that command is hashtag ONSCC. So do it. We'll be back in 10. See you in a minute. Bye.
Bye.
It's an over 500-page rewrite and adaptation of the beloved 5th edition module Curse of Strahd, with enough twists and turns to keep even the most seasoned travelers of Barovia on their toes. It features new and newly adapted characters with new plots and romances, 2 major playthrough paths, streamlined encounters with flowcharts to help keep the game going through several hundred possible variations, and handcrafted handouts and passages on game theory to help DMs through the mists and beyond. One Night Strahd offers up to 2 concurrent parties a roguelike romp through several domains of dread to befriend or befoul those whose stories of hatred and heartbreak are doomed to repeat time and time again. Will it be you and your companions who heed the call of the Neon Madonna and break the cycle? Will you cast the Dreadlord of Barovia down from their throne? Inspired by some of the most popular horror media of the past 2 centuries, and with just as much collective game design and writing experience, One Night Strahd has something for every playgroup. Just remember, death is rarely the end in Barovia.
they can see and hear you. You got me.
Wow.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Wow, nice.
What?
Welcome back to our really mature and adult show that we do here for Dungeons and Dragons playing that we do. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Serious
Big ol' lie.
Hey, it's Conundrum Company time. When we left our party, guys, they had been doing a little looking around the old hometown, so to speak. They hadn't been back to Saltmarsh in a few months, and some drastic changes have occurred. They headed off to take a look at the Crab Hag's hut and experienced an ancient vampiric druid scattered into thousands of crabs, and the hag who they had sent over here to set up shop. They did a little trading and learning before headed out across town towards the faithful quartermaster of Eos, the store of Captain Zendros themselves. And as you approach now, you see that familiar kind of two-pillared building made of wood. Fairly simple, nothing too crazy. That is the quartermaster. The guard standing out front, your tithe to enter for the week already paid by Zahl.
Wonderful. I guess we just head in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since everything's been paid.
You are let
Like we
in.
own the place.
You do see there is another customer walking by. It does just seem to be the tall Goliath from the pub just across the way who works for Old Merle. I believe their name is Up. They kind of pass by, give you a nod, and then continue on their way. As you head in, Zendros is there with the current wares still out on the silver tray, which are the leather armor fire resistance, the great sword of sharpness, the scroll of witchbolt, the scroll of spare the dying, not spray the dying, because that would be weird, the adamantine scale, and the mithril ring.
Spray the dying?
I wrote spray. It says
Spray
scroll
the dying.
of spray the dying.
Ah,
I
they're
would take
dead!
that scroll.
I just love. I wonder what the effect of spray
like
the dying would be. It's
healing?
just like, oh no, dead people, they're wet now.
I'm moist.
Sean, did tomorrow's lore dump just become homebrewing spray the dying?
Sure.
Yeah!
I stand by my statement of die moist, though.
Of course, yeah. So there you
Also,
go.
Monday's lore dump for anybody in the audience that might
True,
have been
sorry.
Not tomorrow.
Tomorrow
Yeah.
is Sunday. I knew that.
Tomorrow, Josh is in a different time zone, which
Yeah.
makes it worse, actually.
Us in the mountains don't believe in Sunday. We just go Saturday, Monday.
Yeah, the Lord's Day. I'm not religious. Let's get to Monday.
Jesus.
We've had first Monday. What about second Monday?
We believe in double Mondays.
This is a complicated and dangerous bit. And so
I call Sunday. I call Sunday Saturday afternoon.
second Sunday.
Saturday again.
That's what
Oh.
yeah. Saturday, but the second time.
Yeah, we should call it one more again.
Okay.
Anyway, those wares are on the table.
It was a very good joke, Sean. It was beautiful.
They got me. really good.
Zendros looks at
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
all. It was perfect. Zendros looks at you all and goes, hello. Welcome back. It is good to see you all. Zahl was
Thank
here
you.
yesterday. Yes.
Yes.
Has she met all of you?
I think I've seen her.
I think you.
Was
prefer
Zahl here
her.
yesterday or today?
Zahl was here.
Yesterday, because he came back and we kicked the shit out of those ghosts.
No, that was
No, it was this
today.
morning.
Oh, no.
He was here.
Today.
Good to see you back today, Master. Thank you, Parker. See,
It's
keen
good.
mind.
Mostly my brain was like, did I use Legend Lore today or yesterday? Do I
Yeah.
have the spells or not?
No, you. It was today. My
Okay.
apologies.
That was this morning.
Yes.
Yes.
My
been a little
apologies. It has all blurred a little bit. Good to see you back again today, Master. Zahl.
Hello.
Hello.
Feels
And
like
my
it's been a
friend?
week.
Yes, this is Sunshine.
Hey there.
Captain Zendros.
Oh no, I forgot that she was hot. Okay.
She is hot. She is hot.
Oh no.
Ass kicking red
I-
tiefling.
Yep. Captain's coat. It's
Go try out your new jacket.
Salvatore, I'm so impressed for you picking up on that.
Hey, you make it all
Oh, yeah,
so
also
obvious at this point.
Salvatore's like,
Oscar-
you guys aren't subtle at all.
We walked
I
in
didn't
here and it was
say
just
a
open
thing.
jaw.
Ashi is fully standing with us, by the way.
Hi.
I did, yeah. Did
Do you have any
forget
winter coats?
You
My apprentice is going to die in the cold because his brother keeps leaving him there.
You would.
Apprentice.
You would try the clothing store or general stores around the market, probably.
Right,
for
you should
that
look into
sort of
that, Zahl. We are here for other matters.
Yes.
Currently, we are here for some information.
Yes.
I will do my best to help you. You have been good customers. You have shared information for exchange before.
Yes. We're actually hoping to get information about the capital of Eos.
Ah. You plan to go to Eos, and why is this?
The Festival of the Fowl.
You wish to take part in the Festival of the Fowl.
Possibly adjacent things to the festival.
I was going to say, what part will you be taking?
I haven't decided yet.
Fowl.
Can you tell us a bit about it?
It is a massive festival with many components, but obviously the combat is the major part of it. I would wager right now that things are getting into the kick of it. They will begin with feasts, parties. Most of these things are done among families and so on and so forth, so groups of companions. The larger events, again, do not start for a few weeks. Probably about 2.5 now, I think, is when they will begin, and they will go for a week. During that time, groups such as yourselves, which I assume is why you are interested, will go out there and face down incredible threats, tasks granted by the demigod himself for you to complete to prove your bravery. And on completion, you get to meet with the demigod and speak with him and be granted a boon, so to speak. But there is also food, festivities, goods, games.
Is there anything we should know going to use for the first time for most of us?
Hold on to your wallet. Be
This is demigod.
open-minded. The demigod is?
Yes, where are they?
Well, they hold power from the center of the city, Toraka. How do I explain the political structure of my homeland? It is a disparate region of fairly rough individuals held together by a loose code of law. The economy of the place drives the good behavior to some extent.
All right.
It is why
where is the demigod located?
In Doraka.
Just like in a big tower or something, some big
In his
standout structure.
home there, the Grand Tent.
Grand tent. That sounds utterly accessible.
May we ask, do you know anything about the boons that Eos has granted in the past?
It tends to be deeply individual. The Festival of the Fowl has gone on sporadically for a very long time. It is always this time of year, but it is not every year. It is at the god's discretion.
When was the last one?
It was probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Would we know about any political upheaval that happened, say, 4 or 5 years ago? Something that might make a demigod nervous and want to gain access to more talented individuals?
Make a history check.
And can I wheel again to make this better?
How many wheels do you get?
I get 5.
Sure.
Okay. 14. It's still bad.
14. I mean, there are a lot of geopolitical events. Nothing that stands out in particular. Nothing as world-threatening as what you're dealing with. It's been relatively stable recently in the last few decades. A few skirmishes and border wars here and there. The Great Kingdoms, as usual, fighting amongst each other constantly. And some incidents between Pomage and ID that Demi knows a little bit more about, just given the history there that is a little under 100 years old. But some conflicts. But other than that, nothing catastrophic on this plane. stands out.
Also, possibly, other than information, do you have anything that we could purchase from the capital? We're hoping to get there via magical means instead of taking the long way round.
You have gained access to some powerful magics, then.
Yes, we're quite impressive.
I have
Or so I've been
business
told.
in the capital. How about a trade?
Oh?
You teleport me with you, and I will give you an item.
Oh. Would you
It
need
would save
teleportation
me
back,
about 2
or-
months of travel. I can arrange a return if you are unable to do so, though if it is on the table, I could certainly use it. How long will you be in the use?
It depends on how quickly
35 minutes?
we cause problems, honestly.
I see.
Get into the tent and get out.
But it would be helpful to have someone we know in the city, so if you're hoping
Use
for
is
a
my
return...
home. Please do not.
Oh,
There
we're
are
not
good
trying...
people there.
Yes,
Good
there are
is
good people
subjective,
everywhere.
but there are. It is just different.
All right. That's
We're not
fine.
Oh, I think
we're not going there to, like...
I'm going to sightsee.
no, I think that they meant it would be nice to have.
You
somebody to
you implied you were going to fuck shit up, so I was just saying.
No,
please
no,
do
No,
not.
no,
No,
no.
absolutely not. In fact,
Absolutely.
we're going to do
Inevitably,
the opposite.
sometimes we get into trouble, but
Got
hopefully
it.
not.
That seems normal and part of the course.
Yes. So, no, but not on purpose.
I can provide an item that should get you back there.
Yes, and maybe you can help us make sure we don't step on any toes.
It needs to come from yours, yes?
Yes, actually from the capital, wherever you'd like to be teleported to.
You are going to Dorgar?
Yes, I believe so.
That works for me. The item I have will likely take us to the Soul Exchange. Is that okay?
Where's
These
that?
are good people, you said.
Where's that?
It is in the center of the city.
Every
What
time
i-
I
what
try
is-
and do
what
that, I
is
get
that?
yelled at.
What do you know of the Nine Hells? It is
I
rare
did
that I
just
have
read a
this
contract.
conversation with Outlanders.
What I know.
What do we know about?
Make
I know what
religion
these
checks,
are?
everybody.
I'm fully.
Oh.
Can I draw from the contract I just
Salvator,
read?
if you want to take History or Arcana, I will allow you.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
The rest of us need to take religion?
If
Because
you
I
have an
didn't?
argument for other regions or other reasons, I'm happy to hear them, my friends.
Saul's
I just
actually-
read a contract with a devil.
21.
I use that.
You can use investigation. 21 for Parker.
It's gonna
With
okay.
religion.
Sorry.
25.
18.
25 on religion.
And
18.
a
Saul's
19.
very good at religion secretly.
Again, for Zahl, there are things that have kind of rubbed off. All of you rolled pretty high. With the context of the contract, Demi, just with your worldly knowledge, you've heard reference of the Nine Hells. Salvator, in your learning, again, a place that is referenced quite regularly as a plane of existence, focused on punishment or an economy of the retribution of sin or failure to meet obligation. For all of you, you would know, and again, tying back to the evidence you've seen recently with the contract, it is a very lawful space, but not in the traditional sense of the law that you would experience here. The Nine Hells are very structured around concepts of contractual obligation. There is no good or bad or anything like that. There is the line of the law and how you can gain that, how you can use that to your advantage, which does lead to some pretty malicious practices at times by the standards and ethics of the prime material plane. You would all know this. Zahl, you have never really dived deep into this concept, but in readings and various skirtings along, taking a look into Celestials, especially recently, there is regularly a reference of this juxtaposition of two things here. Celestia and the Nine Hells. Both very lawful, but diametrically opposed in how they approach the law. And again, not a statement or good or bad on either way, but a tendency to
Just two
where
sides.
Celestia implements the law to provide a safe structure, the Nine Hells implements the law to provide a means of manipulating others or taking advantage
See,
of
that could be inherently evil, I think.
Yeah,
You could call that evil.
It's fairly not great.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of
It's
shades of
not-
gray between the two.
It's not purely black and white, like good and evil. It's very much gray and like leaning towards like
It's the
evil
American.
side.
It's the American justice system.
Yeah, I was
Chat
gonna
said,
say. It's,
Snafu
I was
said-
gonna say it's the American justice system is what I'm getting.
I'm kidding.
Uh,
Please don't hate me, America.
You're pretty accurate though. But
Judges of the devil.
they're pit
Sick,
fiends.
sick, sick.
But I think Zahl would just blurt that out and just be like, "I'm sorry, I know a lot about sorry," and just kind of go quiet for a minute.
No, go for it. Everything I learned about the Nine Hells came from Volos' Inferno.
Nice.
Oh,
I
I've
love
read that.
That's
I've
canon
read that.
now. Volos Inferno. Got it.
I've read that before, actually.
Yes.
Well,
Really
then-
hated the Romans.
Yeah,
I love the Romans.
it's a little bit of both.
So, you know a little of the Nine Hells. Eos's power is said to come from the devils. Again, he is a demigod. He is powerful enough to stand against Greyhawk and the other nations. Or at least to stop them from just wiping this land from the face of the earth, yes. And powerful and manipulative enough to allow us to trade freely with most of the common nations. We are tolerated on the prime material and are a gateway for the Hells because of that.
A gateway, like, always open?
No, it is difficult for devils and such to live on the prime material, but we are a means for resources to travel back and forth.
Ah. Interesting.
To hell.
Yes, not mortals particularly, but
You have a Hellmouth in the city.
In the middle of the city?
Why
Why is the item taking us there?
what do you know of the commercial structure of the Nine Hells?
Well, in chapter
That's what I know.
17,
So this one's a
25.
little obscure and obtuse.
25.
But she pulls out this flat
It's a
gray
frozen
disc
lake.
with these strange grooves cut across it. It's about it's like a large gold coin, but it is gray. This almost bone white gray, and she places it on the counter. And she taps that and she says, "This is an empty soul coin.
yes.
The devils of hell trade in mortal souls.
Right.
Ah.
It is reported to us that there is a shortage of souls. And so the ability to
Weird.
make soul coins has been problematic.
Ah.
So hell's bankrupt.
All of us are like, wow,
Really?
Yeah. Oh,
who would have heard about
That's
that?
That's crazy. I wonder what my coin would have looked like. Anyways,
My coin would have looked like too.
so we help mint the coins. We do not put souls in them, but
Oh,
we make them on the prime material and send them there.
how interesting.
right. You don't load the
Alright.
guns. Just make them.
We just provide them.
Werner von Braun.
Says the man with a soul gun.
How
Yeah,
the souls get there is of their own volition. At least that is the way it is supposed to work.
Interesting.
I don't know much about that process.
All right. Well, more than happy to teleport you with us when we
Wonderful.
go. I don't see why not.
Just be careful what you sign and agree to, okay?
Yes. No, I don't think we'll be signing much.
People won't let me sign anything, so
Salvator. Salvator.
huh?
Nothing.
Wonderful.
Please.
When do you plan to leave?
That's a great question. We're hoping to go that way at least before the start of the main events of the festival. So,
What is your business in the city?
Well, we were supposed to receive a shipment of artifacts coming down from the south, but we have not heard, or excuse me, down from the south, down from the north recently, but we haven't heard word, so I'm going to go check in at the headquarters for the quartermaster. Personal visit, it has been years anyway. Too much time spent on the Azure Sea. It is good to see home. And if I can get there without 2 months of travel, well, that is me taking initiative, my friends. Kind of gives you that sly grin that many of you are familiar with Zendros giving.
Must be nice also with the Azure Sea now freed up a little bit more.
Oh, commerce is much better, yes. It has been wonderful. I heard you had a doing in that, huh?
yes.
Yeah.
That
Well
was
done.
us.
You did say, actually, that you were going to attempt to...
Yes, you lent us a boat. It did come in handy, actually.
Wonderful. Well, you may keep it as my thanks.
Thank you very much. So,
I forgot about that.
we can come back and get you, I suppose. I could send word when we're ready to go. I think we're going to probably make sure that we have everything we need before we go on this trip.
Wonderful. A few days or today when I could use a little time to get things in order.
I think it will be at least a couple of days. But I can send to you and let you know. I know that we're probably going to re-up some supplies of our own before we go.
Wonderful. Say, the events won't kick off for another week or so, anyway. And the combat again is not for 2.5 weeks. So really, you have about a week and a half if you would like.
Right.
If you're aiming for the festivities. You might want to be there at the start if you want to get in and sign up for the tournament.
That's valid.
Right.
So we should probably go next week? Yes?
A week and a half?
We can aim for that, yes.
Cool.
Shall I meet you in a week and a half? Unless, you want to come and check the stock again. I will be here.
We can
Right.
absolutely
One
drop by.
You're getting other shipments.
Oh yes, we continue to get resources. There are quartermasters dotted around the Azure Sea and up into the Gulf.
That's good.
Do you think it's the war that kept your shipment from you? Sorry.
It is quite possible. One problem is replaced by another, huh? But I have never told you why we are here. It is difficult to procure food in Eos. It is a cold place. But we do have a lot of access to magic. We bring things out here. We trade for magic items, but the gold goes to mostly goods like food or wood. Wood is not readily available much out there. The steppes are hard and cold. So.
Right. So a week and a half.
Sounds lovely. Thank you so much.
Sunshine looks like they have a thought that they've never had before, but they just encountered another druid who wasn't Morton for the first time in forever. Do you think if I were to provide some sort of enrichment to the land that they would be more friendly to us?
They would certainly try to take advantage of it. It is... You can gain favor. They are not people who will refuse aid. That is certainly worth a shot if you feel you can do it. It is worth a try for certain. They just kind of they've heard tales of your exploits at this point, and there is an element, obviously they have, of like, who knows what they're capable of.
Well then, we'll go ahead and be on our way, I think, and we'll be in touch with you on when we need to leave.
Wonderful.
It's wonderful to see you again.
She begins taking the silver tray back, into the back of the room.
Oh, what was that?
All right.
Ghosts in Saltmarsh.
Not
Poppycock.
Ooh.
There's no
never.
such thing as ghosts.
I want to go buy
I would
Ashi
see
a
them
coat.
coming.
Not in
Yeah.
Saltmarsh. You what?
I want to go out buy Ashi a coat.
It's fair.
Nice.
Okay, you are easily able to do so. What sort of coat are you looking for?
I'm letting him pick. He's his own man.
Oh my god. It is a long duster like yours, but it is bright fucking green.
I don't have one
Baby
anymore.
boo.
The one you used to wear, sorry.
Yeah.
But he absolutely
Mac
will buy.
still has my duster, by the way.
Oh yeah, Mac does.
Yeah.
But
Never
it
took it
is-
back from him.
He absolutely is like, look. But he makes sure it's a little bit more. So funnily enough, and I know Zahl likes his presentation. There's a similarity there. It's a little ostentatious. It's a little on the nose, and there's. He's like, I own so much clothes now.
Don't. Okay, but sure. Yep. I don't. Whatever. How much it is, I'll pay for it.
Okay. 10 silver
$5,000
pieces.
gold piece. Oh.
I'll pay it. Said 5 silver.
Yeah. I can only gouge you guys when it's reasonable, Sean. Gosh.
So
Yeah, that's fair.
now we have a secure way to get to Ears, which is nice, and someone in the city who can help us maybe not step on as many toes. Right out of the gate. Is there anything else we should do? I think probably want to stop by Greyhawk at least one more time in the next week and a half and make sure that we are all settled on spell components. I don't know, they'll probably charge us like crazy in Ears. If we could even find access.
Any other things we want to go travel and do before we?
I wouldn't mind having a day in Greyhawk to do some personal research.
Well, I mean, other than Greyhawk, since we needed to go there anyway.
Its personal research sounds smart. Did we want to pick up Talvasaur, or do you want him to stay there?
We could also
You'd
check
be
in
looking
on
after the
Mabanon.
chair in Neil Dra. So if we don't feel like that's a threat anymore, I could.
Threat still.
But
I imagine
could
it is still
also-
a threat.
We could
I'm
also
fine to leave him there.
teleport into Neil Draw if we needed to and check in with Mabanon or message Mabanon.
Right. So
Or we could go home for today and then we could decide what we'd like to do tomorrow.
let's go home.
All right.
We've done quite a bit today. Quite a bit more than I thought we were going to.
So, here's how we're going to treat this.
Whoa,
You guys, we're going to head into a downtime period. You can tell me how long exactly it's going to be, but currently I am capstoning it that in a week and a half, you want to head off to Eos, okay? To give you basically a week there before the tournament. Given that, where you want to go and what you want to do in the next week and a half, I'm not going to... You guys can teleport at this point, right? So if you want to like swing by Greyhawk and say, here's my shopping list. If you want to swing by and like, here's my research list. Here's a person I want to visit. Just let me know. But we are going to, I think, head into a downtime moment. If I'm hearing what folks are saying here, guys, what we can do is probably go from person to person a little bit based on what they want to do. It sounds like some folks have more idea than others. So to give those folks who are still thinking a little time, does anybody elect to want to go first? Adam, I know you've been talking about downtime. Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I think Zahl really doesn't have anything crazy. He would probably go to Greyhawk for the day that they do go. And he would bring Ashi with him, of course, in his human form. He wouldn't change him out. And just kind of show him Greyhawk. And kind of essentially what Zahl is doing for this entire downtime is showing Ashi the world as a human, so that he kind of gets more of a basis as like what it's like to be a human.
Everything's a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
You know what
I
mean?
don't know, but I assumed. But I think that's what like Zahl does with his
Food
down.
and snacks. You
Yeah,
go to the pastry
like,
place. Do all
Yeah,
that.
goes to the pastry place, like goes and grabs like he wherever any of the rest of the party is going, Zahl would probably, like if they're teleporting there, Zahl would
Tag
go
along,
with,
but do a
but
tourist
bring
thing.
Ashi. Yeah, to bring like, I'm gonna go be a tourist. Like, call me when you need me, and like show Ashi like Greyhawk, and like, okay, cool, we're gonna try the squid, and like we're gonna like do all this stuff, just essentially to be like, this is like kind of give him experience of the world. Because he's only seen it through a familiar's eyes.
We've got a brother montage for this week and a half, and the entire time, vacation, all I ever wanted, vacation,
then
had to get away.
I think like the last thing Zahl does before they are like, he knows they're gonna leave like the next day, he'd be like, all right, what form do you want to take just to be safe? Because we're gonna go into some combat. I don't want you to get hurt.
What do you think is best? Imp, probably?
Probably an imp, because you can kind of get around, and we're also going to a place about like the 9 hells, so like.
Oh, maybe I'll meet more imps.
Probably will. Who knows?
I can trick them. I'll become the imp king.
Oh,
that's actually pretty badass. I can't lie. Don't worry, I'm gonna bring you back into this form. I just think while we're doing like traveling, this is probably the best.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, I don't want you to die either. It really sucks, and I feel awful.
Salvator,
get out of my room!
The door was open.
Ashi, you have training to do.
Oh, yes, Zahl, sorry, I have to go. We're going to make a simulacrum.
I have like 3 books in my.
Yes!
I love that Ashi cannot canonically read or write, and you're like, here's these books, read them.
Salvator's got a lot of work ahead of him with this.
I'm a horrible teacher.
Oh no!
Oh no!
This is the best. I love this headcanon so much.
That's so
He's
strong.
not your apprentice. He's telling you a canon. He's your apprentice, and I love that.
So there's also little windows of lesson time for Ashi with Salvator.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Make you familiar, a wizard.
Will live forever.
He can summon his own Ashi. Oh, it'll be great.
He summons his own Ashi.
Oh my God, a tiny me.
But yeah, I think that's
bits
like
of Salvator in there.
It's
I'll
just
rip a celestial being from another plane and
that's
no.
our mom. You're talking about our mom. You just said something about literally our mother.
Demi walks by with sunshine. Oh my God, they're multiplying.
I don't. Please help. I don't
When
know.
do I get the pointy hat?
A limitless radius power
Beyond the
source.
pointy hat.
Because he think. Oh, that's very funny. But I think. Yeah, I think that's what Zahl does with like his downtime, is he just kind of spends it with Ashi, and then like he'd spend time with all of you guys, like whatever you're doing, just genuinely like relaxing for the first time in a long time for him.
So here's what I'm going to say, is for each person, for a specific task they want to complete, Adam, you may choose one of those tasks to grant advantage on when you're hanging out with your party members.
Oh, okay, cool. For each person I get to do that?
Yeah, each person.
Zahl takes the health action.
Stop.
That's a very
so
self-sacrificing
Very
thing to do,
cute.
so there you go.
And then I think on the last day again, like after his lesson with Salvator, Zahl would change Ashi into an imp, and he would make sure that he hangs up like the jacket in his room and like has like all of Ashi's things. Like
I assume you guys have procured a bed to put a second bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say we probably procured it, but I was gonna say he would like do Ashi's stuff up and then like give Ashi like his own chest and things like that in Zahl's room.
Perfect.
So that like his stuff can be stored while he's not a human.
Perfect.
But yeah, that's what Zahl would do.
A lot accomplished, my friend, in that downtime.
Yeah.
I love it. Wonderful. Anyone want to go next?
I don't really have anything.
Well, what would Salvator do with a week and a half of free time then?
Mentoring familiar.
Yeah,
That
yes. And then whenever anyone goes to Greyhawk, he would probably just like check in to see if any of the shop inventories have changed significantly in any way.
Most of the same stuff with the shop inventories. If you'd like to spend the gold to procure a tattoo, get more components, anything like that, just let me know.
Now, I don't think I need any components, and I definitely don't want to get a demon tattoo or a devil tattoo on my body.
It's just an infernal contract.
Oh, we should
Or
divvy up
business-
those items.
Yeah, but it's the wrong end of the business contract I want to be on.
Yeah, you want to be on the providing end?
But I'm all about those warlocks getting a franchise going.
What was that?
Huh? What's that?
I'm right here. What'd you say?
Salvator
Yeah, you've
having
already
like
got, like-
warlocks is
God, I love that idea.
If you make Ashi
Lucky
another
time.
warlock, I'm gonna be mad at you.
Hey, he can't read. There's another way to get magic.
Oh man.
But
It'd be very funny though.
nothing specific that I want to have handled. Just like general milling about, mostly.
Doing reading, arcane study.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Wonderful. What else we got? Button, Parker, any thoughts?
You want to go?
There's a lot they'd want to research, so I imagine it would be Greyhawk stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you guys are
I'll
dipping in and out Greyhawk, you could leave them there a few days too.
Mhm.
And at the
Yeah,
end,
I
I
think-
will say a collective goal total based on what you guys ask me just to give me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. That's exciting. So there's a lot. Oh,
I'll tell you when you
also,
have to stop. So start with the top.
Fair.
They would be researching means of changing an entity. Like they are focusing on the nameless druid.
Okay.
They would be researching him, and they would be researching. It's interesting. Nerul doesn't know where Saradur came from. But with the Circle's library, I think they'd still be researching essentially conjectures on undiscovered planes.
Gotcha. So that's awesome. These are two very deep and important topics, so they'll likely take up the majority of at least a week to commit to. I will say that why don't you make how are you're just reading into these, you're looking for histories. Do you want to do an investigation check for me? And you may choose to have one of those oh, you're making a face. Do you have another way?
No, it's fine.
Do you have
I'm just
another way? Do you
stupid.
want to? If you've got another way, you tell me. What do you got?
I mean, I think
You can ask a tree. Nature.
It'll become survival, yeah. Or nature check.
it's so if I can do that research, I mean, I
You
guess
want to do the druidic
this is
research
weird.
from a druidic perspective.
Yeah, this is
Make
weird
a-
as fuck. They know the way that this library functions, and as they puzzle on that, they're like, it's very, very interesting that this library is so similar to the one in the basement on Conundrum Isle, and so similar to that space Salvator enters and talks about constantly. I'm sure it's nothing. And then they completely not thinking about how Liamond probably did that. They just sit crisscross applesauce in the library and literally focus on the pages of the text and ask for it to bring that information forward. Very similar to the way the spell already functions, but communicating with the bound entities there as well.
So what I'm going to let you do is, this would be wisdom normally with those spaces. For the druidic element, I will let you use nature with wisdom. So I know you're probably proficient in nature as a druid, and your wisdom modifier will be higher as well.
Thank you.
And then you can choose to take advantage from Adam on one of these as well if you'd like to.
Rolled a natural 20.
Well, fuck. Which one was that going to? I should have clarified that.
I didn't even think about it. The first one
I
I
assume it's
said
the nature
was
one, right?
the first one I said was the
Nature,
vampire.
druid, vampire. Perfect.
Yeah.
So natty 20 on that.
And then I will thank you. Thank you, because one of those is a 1.
Guidance.
Ooh. Oh, there you go. And a
I don't
guide.
have guidance.
Oh, what?
Can you guide?
I'm
us
the
have
worst
have
DM on the planet.
No, you're
You're not
not.
the worst DM. I'm an
My
asshole.
You're
players just say things and I'm
wonderful.
like, sure.
You're like,
I
sure,
used
go
to say
for it.
counterspell
Good
all the
job.
time, and then realized I could actually take it and felt really bad.
Shield.
Shield.
We also
I wish.
The second one, I'm so sorry, nature.
That's what I should have
With-
taken from my lore secrets.
So for the
wisdom,
other one, you
my
are looking
wisdom's
into
better now.
Saradur, so we'll just make it a regular wisdom roll.
Yeah, and I'll say less.
Unless you're
'Cause
looking
they
into the
know-
druidic secrets of Saradur, which...
Alec, how dare
They
you?
are thinking about undiscovered planes, so I think almost like the ties, these like thin threads through the cosmos that have yet to be discovered by civilization.
So I will warn you that will be Arcana.
Oh, no!
Shit.
Then that's worse.
You don't have to do it that way. I'm just if you're looking into like lay connections between extraplanar spaces, it becomes arcane in nature.
Okay.
because I'm a bitch.
Well, then that is
Because it is the correct role for the thing of study. Stop being
But
mean to yourself.
but also,
14.
A 14 on the Sardawir roll, is that correct?
Yeah, on the yes.
So natty 20 on our Druid. Shall we start there, or do you want to start with the Sardawir and go into the natty 20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
So we'll start with Sardawir. There is conjecture, because Sardawir is becoming a more relevant deity in this space. It is something that has a presence on the prime material plane due to its followers and a belief that is spreading. There is no conjecture about siblings or other entities tied to Sardawir, which is very important contextual information to you. There is no understanding of an objective for Sardawir. There is a element of a deific figure manifested, which is very rare. And even more so rare, one that is not worshipped but appears and then begins to be worshipped. More often, something begins to be worshipped and gains deific powers. And even that is immeasurably rare. This thing arrived and then people began to worship it. There is no reference of an objective or goal or any connection to these sort of siblings that you know to exist. That is a complete secret, even within the archives of Greyhawk. So this is information that is very strictly, likely you are one of the few people who has had this shared with them. And that would be supported by your own experiences with Sardawir, where they tend to not provide a lot of information themselves.
Right.
The aspects of travel and movement are elements that are simultaneously prescribed by worshippers, things that are projected onto this deity, but also supported by the deity's behaviors and the manifestations of its power around people. It does seem to be attracted to those who wander and roam. And so some theories suggest that Sardawir has wandered into this space from someplace else. Someplace beyond any sort of arcane understanding of planes. But again, your understanding of planes isn't particularly deep. And so it's with that 14, that's about the extent you reach as you're kind of going through all of this information.
So the literature is literally just saying like from elsewhere. Like there are speculations of like perhaps it manifested,
in the far realms. Perhaps it manifested in places that it's easy to be, we don't know what this is, so it came from here, right? So there's a lot of comparison to things like aboleths and abyssal creatures that you don't know a lot about as an individual, but a lot of these things that manifest their own existences, beholders are similar sort of creatures. A lot of conjecture around that. Immense reality bending powers that seem to come into existence relatively of their own accord. But that does not line up with what you know of Sardawir at all. So a lot of the theory crafting is based on the understanding of this reality amongst the impressive scholars of Greyhawk.
Now, Ashi, that says aboleth. That's all I imagine how Zahl is helping. He's trying to teach Ashi to read, but it's like some very way too complicated book to help
What
you
does it
out.
have to do with apples?
It doesn't. Nothing.
It's spelled different.
Sunshine, I don't get what this book is about.
A stands for aboleth.
It's very frustrating.
It follows A to B.
As we know, Sardawir.
Just Dankle's
Oh, that's
dog.
very cute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sardawir came from some place that isn't on the map.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to conjecture as to how to get there, but it seems important that we do. Especially if this is tied to death being broken.
Well, now I will just to recontextualize. Your Serdawir's companions are stuck here because death is broken. Where they came from is an entirely independent point. It's not necessarily a direct.
So the gate
correlation
is literally
not causation.
The gate is literally closed on them.
Yeah.
So like Serdawir doesn't want to go home because his friends can't go home yet.
And it's hard to tell if Serdawir can. That is a good kind of point there, Parker. Yeah, very much along those lines. They're stuck here.
It's like your friends got in the club and you didn't, and you're like, "Well, I'm not leaving without them." But
what the fuck? What's a club?
Sean, I'm so sorry, bud.
Sean,
that's a
mallet.
hammer.
That's a mallet.
That's a mallet. In fact, I was wrong. Even.
Does that help though, Button? There in regards to like.
I mean, it's just more. It's like what they already knew.
It's incorrect conjecture.
Yeah.
Or it's clarification to what you're seeking for. What you were believing to be there isn't necessarily there.
Well, they were looking into like like experimental notions of like planes that haven't been discovered, but there's no discussion of that.
I mean, there is plenty of I guess conversation around that, but there is nothing solid or evidential to it. There is a lot of theory around Demi planes, but what you're specifically looking into, Parker planes. But what you're specifically looking into is
flying Parker
another reality, which isn't something that is conjectured in this. There's no proof to that, or anything to dig into there.
Trying to prove a negative.
Yeah.
No, trying to prove that something is there, not
trying to
discover.
There is no means. There is, again, hearkening back to Serdawir. It is deep lore to understand the existence of the planes. Right? These are magical, mystical secrets beyond the grasp of most of the world's greatest wizards. And you are looking for something beyond that. And there isn't theory or thought on that, because most people are still trying to figure out that most of this stuff exists, that you're understanding to exist.
But the Circle of the Eight also doesn't have literature on the subject.
That is correct.
It's just interesting.
I am contextualizing. These are deep lore secrets, right? That the Circle of the Eight, some of the world's greatest wizards, are still working with. This makes sense within regards to the structure of the lore.
I don't know who to ask if not these bumblefucks. Not bumblefucks, they're brilliant, but just...
Also, there's like the whole secret section that we're not allowed in yet, so who knows?
You also rolled a 14.
I think Zahl kind of goes, I mean, maybe we'll figure that out when we go into the gate. I don't know. When we open it, we'll figure it out. It's what we do. It's kind of a thing. But who knows? Maybe we're not meant to know it yet. Kind of shrugs and then goes back to being like, now that word says, and like stops and he's looking at it. Give me a minute. Like picks up the book and reads for context so he can get it.
That's beautiful.
I just don't know who it is. They also did the research on the vampire.
Yes, with a natural 20.
On changing someone whose form has been shifted.
There, as you begin to look through this, you are led down a deep rabbit hole that skirts upon druidic magics, which is much more imbued to feeling and nature and the world around them. That seems to meander back and forth, and you find yourself being pulled back more into the arcane regularly. and you begin to see references to polymorph, a spell that you are familiar with, but then you begin to see references to much deeper magics managed by some of the most powerful spellcasters on the planet around true polymorph.
True polymorph.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Yeah.
What? Huh? Who?
Yes, I'm not sure if anything besides this 9th level true polymorph would change someone into something completely different.
Salvator,
Wait,
you've heard of the spell True Polymorph in your
Yes, I
arcades.
have.
Wait, you can do that? That's like a thing?
I think it may have been done to Ashi, in some sense.
I think Zahl just is like
Avalanche.
over in the corner. Zahl's over the corner like,
man.
that's a thing? I don't get magic. And then just goes back to trying to teach Ashi how to read.
So outside of true polymorph, though, they're not seeing any solutions for someone who's been made into a vampire and a bunch of crabs.
There are elements to...
One by one.
There is a more practical, physical, easily attainable, if you can get to a 9th level spell, solution. But as you go back with a natural 20, you are seeing multiple pathways.
Foresight.
Yeah. There is a lot of conversation into the nature of druidic form and the source of power. You find yourself going down one day, an entire day spent on Biori, and the nature of that deity's presence and power, and the tendency to appreciate more neutral or more natural forms of life, and as if this figure may have, in the pursuit of breaking away from... You kind of get to follow his steps. He becomes a vampire. He goes, what is transmutive in process that could get me away from this? Because I can't find a way to break the vampirism. So he begins to look into different types of magic. He goes, Druidic is heavily evolved around the changing of shape, transformation, transmutation, and begins to follow these pathways in a very scholarly perspective, and begins to bump up against deities. As you're doing this research, you're seeing sort of the route that this figure likely followed, which allows you to reverse engineer a little bit of the practice. This figure began to tap into and grow their own druidic powers in the hopes of being able to leverage them, and may have locked themselves out of this by being unable to maintain their animal forms for the extent that they would like to. And so they've been beginning to tap into magics that look at polymorph and the arcane, and utilizing the power of a deity, likely stepped into the shit and found themselves in this space.
Idiot.
Says the Lich.
Who tripped into that?
Tripped. That's a good way to put it.
Let's be honest, it wasn't
And
a trip. It was a
fourth.
swan
It
dive.
was a
And
prat
first.
fall.
It was a swan dive.
Woo! Is there any or other sort of avenues you'd like to look at in those regards, Button?
Yeah, I think they would go to the temples that they've seen there, just to hear about people who have been cured. Again, like, it's...
You go to the temple square over in Greyhawk, where it's really easy to
Yeah.
access all of the gods. There is actually a shrine to Biori there.
Oh.
As you swing by, there is a number of clergy there who speak with you regarding Biori, and the mention of vampirism is quite confusing to them. It's not something that is regularly something that is attributed to any sort of connection.
Well, then they explained that, like, no, the vampirism came first. He was honestly trying to
Get out.
manage the vampirism or get rid of it.
I see.
Perfectly noble intent.
I mean,
And now he's a bunch of crabs.
Biori is a particularly
to see it.
In a way, a particularly wild deity in the way that they approach the world. There's not a matter of good or evil. There is a matter of force of will and nature. They tend to ride the line between. I would wager they believe that they are helping as a god. So there may be an opportunity to petition Biori in some way, shape, or form. If you were to bring the figure here, we could certainly attempt to reach out to our god.
Oh. A lot of buckets.
Yes,
How many times would we have to teleport to get 10,000 crabs?
The next
Technically, it's one entity. Josh said so.
That is true.
I
you
just
bring one
imagine
crab, they all just fall
teleport into a
through
temple.
time.
Yeah, that's what I imagined. It was like you're touching one crab, and we all appear, and we're like, "Where's all the?" It's just raining crabs.
But you get the feeling that there
Either
are
we heal him or
both-
we kill him.
As you spend this time looking around and investigating, you get the feeling like there is the ability to speak to the god tied to this transformation, or there is the path of the more arcane and practiced and applied practical magic to follow. And both are viable options that are open to you.
So I have to find a wizard generous enough to use their ninth on a figure they don't know.
Or, you could you might be able to get a cleric of Biori back there. I don't know how safe that would be, but there's that element too. But you need a powerful
clerics
cleric.
get true polymorph?
No. This would be
Oh.
more of a crapshoot. But they do get divine intervention.
A crab.
Oh my God.
Parker, that was good.
Somebody needs to die for that.
That was both of you.
You can
unison.
pick.
That was both of us.
It was both of
sync.
us in unison.
Bravo.
Thank you
go
very
for
much. High five, Adam, through the screen. Hit.
High five.
I thought you meant through the Discord call, and I was like,
God,
Oh
it's
my
fucking-
goodness.
We're professionals.
Very good at what we do.
Alright, do I... It is more of a crapshoot. Is there any way to get a hold of, like... I think when they're in the library, they'll cast, just as a crapshoot, Animal Messenger for Nistel.
Okay.
And send to him... What are the odds you'd be willing to unfuck a druid at some point?
You cast this in the library in Greyhawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the space that we can go to, correct?
For sure. As you create the creature and you open the door, it makes it about 100 feet down the hallway, and then one of the constructs shoots it out of the air with an arcane bond.
It's not like a...
It's a creature, right?
Yeah. They are, I believe, living things. Either way, these things don't just also require living things. Anything that's not supposed to be there, or they're sort of set into... It's a little tricky. Sorry, Button, I don't mean to... It's a little...
No, sick! I'm doing so much in this week.
Well, I mean, you have got a lot of information.
Do you have any tools? Go fish.
Salvator is playing Go Fish.
With himself, like the
Yeah,
guy from A
I
Bug's
was
Life.
gonna say.
Ashi's in the room with you.
Yeah, he's watching me play Go Fish with myself.
Now what's
Part of his training. Strategy.
I like the
I'm
Strategy
teaching your
of
brother how to
Go
lie.
Fish.
I can
I've
do
got
that.
tons of twos.
I've taught how to lie my entire...
I'm sorry, I was teaching him how to lie?
That's what you just said.
Well, I'm saying I'm doing it now. So it's happening correctly.
It's not, I can lie better than you.
Oh, right. Do you have any twos?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You're not even holding cards.
I'm really tempted to try to slide a panda card away from you. I'm so tempted to slide a hand of card away from you.
I'm sorry.
So
We're 15th level
I'm sorry,
adventurers.
but-
This is how we are doing our thing.
Button, as you kind of
Love that.
conclude the research, if you want to reach out to, or try and reach out to Nistel and another, but that specific, that's why I asked in the library.
Where else can they? Okay, they would like
Sending
where-
or trying.
I don't
to,
have sending.
You have your companions though, or any of those sorts of things.
Salvator, can you send a message?
All right, but watch
He's not
Zahl.
going to.
He's going to take
Watch
my
Zahl
cards. I
do
know
it.
it.
Oh,
I don't trust him. I
Are
know he
you
doesn't
rolling
have
a
any
sleight of
tools.
hand
I'd like to roll a sleight of hand to steal his cards.
Against Sunshine. Go for it, bud.
Such
And I
a
miss
passive
it.
is what, 25?
I do have
my
advantage.
passive's
on it.
29.
29, even higher.
Called in a ringer. Change club?
It's a 14.
Oh, you were right, Salvatore.
Hello, Nistel. I knew it! Hello, Nistel. Sunshine would like to speak to you about something. I didn't get the particulars. I'm in the middle of something.
I didn't realize you were doing this now. I imagine he is speaking aloud.
Make yourself available to the library. Thank you. Send.
Send.
I can be there, and we'll say this was about halfway through the week. I can be there by the end of the week. I plan on swinging by. I'm not in the vicinity right now.
I'm not going to send him another spell.
Okay. But we can jump forward to the end of the
Relay.
week if you want. Nistel does meet you in the library. Hey, howdy.
Hey there, I'm sorry to bother you.
Here.
Do you, by any chance, know True Polymorph?
Should have gotten this character sheet out sooner.
Right?
Those are twos. Those are magic cards.
Twos.
One moment, sorry guys.
I'm actually looking for my deck of cards. So I do have a deck of cards right here somewhere.
I'd have to spend a little time getting it prepared, but yeah. It's expensive.
Expensive? I don't have a lot of money, but I can... How expensive is it? I imagine this is a group discussion for me to find means of purchasing it.
I take it back. It's not that expensive.
I was going to say, I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it's like very cheap.
It's more just the capacity of the spell or the requirement of the spell. But I could probably get this. What is it? Mercury, gum arabic, and a wisp of smoke. Have it in my
like it.
pockets, but I do have to prepare the spell.
Change reality.
So,
Yes, I'm sorry again to bother you, but you were a wizard with I figured the capability. There is an entity in Saltmarsh who is both a vampiric and druidic in nature, and is trapped in the form of several thousand crabs, and is a danger to that town, apparently.
got
And
it.
I know it's small potatoes in your line of work, but I would very much like to help him.
Roll persuasion for me.
Person. No. 9.
I'm not taking it off the table. I can help, probably not immediately. Got a few other plates in the air, but right now in the middle of a couple of things.
That's fair enough. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, we can probably get out there at some point. Now, I do have to warn you. I can't turn them back into who they are because I don't know who they were. I can make them not what they are, but it has to be something that I can make. Right? Something that I understand. and
imagine.
realize.
Yes,
And,
that
and
makes
there are
perfect
some
sense.
ramifications to that regarding, like, personality. I don't know who
I
they
imagine.
are, so I can't entirely reconstruct them. Sorry.
No, that makes sense. they've been trapped as a swarm of crabs for 600 years. I imagine they're not super picky.
All right, cool. Yeah. Give me a couple months, and we can probably get it handled if they can be patient.
They have waited centuries. I imagine they can wait a couple more months.
Perfect.
Can I ask you something else?
Mm-hmm.
Does your fun secret room have any texts on speculative planar research and the emergence of gods?
Plenty that isn't useful, but it's about the same as what you got here. In order to theorize well about something, you have to have at least some sort of touchstone to talk about. He's going to make an insert check. I would assume this is about your deity.
Yes.
I mean, we don't know how the world began. Like, we don't know how the gods came into existence. There are a multitude of things that we do not know the answer to. I may be able to turn 600-year-old thousands of crabs into a toaster. You don't need to know what a toaster is, but but there are just things beyond our understanding at this point, and the nature of those sorts of things are complex. Again, the grasp of deities as well.
That's fair enough. I suppose I will just have to get there first.
All right. Sounds good. I mean, happy to be of assistance where I can be.
That's a remarkable sentence in and of itself, and I do deeply appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
You do the same.
Zahl.
Really fast.
It's my familia, don't ask.
What the
Oh, I went up to I met my angel mom. Remember I told you about that whole deal?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we killed Seth, so he's gone. Yuan-Ti are free again.
We should talk at some point.
Alright. I'm gonna try to make the Yuan-Ti like more good. Then I went up to the heavens for a while, which was fun.
Very interesting, very interesting.
Celestia is a pretty fun place.
All right. He seems to take that all on board.
I also love how he didn't question Sunshine's new form at all. But looks at Zahl as like, shit, fucking weird, kid.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
But I just love the doesn't question Sunshine, looks at Zahl as like, you got a fucking complicated life. I'm like, they're an angel. What are
you all have a complicated life.
Get out of here.
If he commented on every complicated life he saw, he would spend all of his time.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Sorry, guys.
No, as well.
So, he kind of says,
can I roll an insight check really fast as they say something?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Because just the way that they're just going to say, watch out for Leomund. And given the attention that he had been giving Leomund during the entire programmed illusion memory experience, they just want to insight like how he responds to that.
Sure, make an insight check for
me. Good. 1 sec. Oh, 27.
This is a individual who, despite the fact that he kind of acts chill, is practiced at concealing, but you still do see just the slightest flinch at the mention of the name, as if this matter is deeply problematic for every member of the circle.
Mm-hmm.
That is about the extent of it, though. Sort of a slight recoiling at the mention of it. This is one of their own that has theoretically done something real bad.
Theoretically.
Well, definitely done something real bad. But the extent of that is unclear.
Okay.
All right,
I
folks.
think that was a lot.
Let me know when you want to talk. We'll talk about everything.
If you're willing to write up your experiences and send it to the Mayor Greyhawk, he'll get it to us.
I think you visibly see as like Zahl's like excited, and then he's like, "Are you willing to write up everything?" Zahl's like, "Yeah, I'll do it."
I'd love to get it firsthand, buddy, but
I get it. You got a busy life. You're like an 8 member. I get it.
Literally trying to fold like 8 holes. There's a lot to do.
Yeah, I don't know what that meant, but sure.
Cool. Bye.
See you later.
Oh no! Did he say fill 8 holes?
I think so. Yeah. Zahl's fully taking out paper and like a quill, and he's like, it's just writing out his experience.
I went to heaven.
Like,
it was fine.
I went to Celestia. My mom got freed. I got extra power. Give this to Nistel.
A very in-depth report.
You didn't ask. You just said it. Write it up, which I did.
Oh my god.
It wasn't an assignment.
I know.
He just asked if you would. You could say no.
I could, but that'd be dickish. This was a
Fucking
friend.
half-ass it.
No, I think you would take time. I'm making a joke.
You did note that he was particularly interested in the political stance of the Yuan-Ti and what that implication might be.
He would write all that up and talk about his newly minted position and who he is in the Yuan-Ti world. In that.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I will say he did say just thank you for the letter button, and apologize that he didn't have time to respond to it.
He's good.
He's caught up in a lot of things.
8 holes.
Oh wait.
8 holes.
Actually, he
8
wouldn't.
holes.
Zahl wouldn't deliver that to the mayor. He would just send his dude to go send it to him.
He's on vacation.
Gone. Easy peasy. 25 gold. Thank you.
Yep.
Parker, what do you want to do, my friend?
Well, I was gonna talk to Nistel, but I didn't want to do that
you
until I
can-
was done with my research, so I will do it at the end of the week, and that'll be
Perfect.
fine, and I will put it
We
in
will
there, but I
retcon
didn't
that he was a
wanna-
part of that as
Yeah.
well.
You're good. I just didn't want to throw it in there before I got to do the
Some
things that I
looking.
wanted to research. Yes.
Perfect.
Because I was planning on talking to him anyway. I want Demi to do research into the water plane, Marids, and like the creation of water Genasi. Like essentially she's doing research into seeing if she can find anything that makes what she saw in her legend lore and the information that she got from that make any more sense.
Okay.
Advantage.
If you're doing it that way, probably I will let you pick either history or arcane. Regarding.
Thank fuck. History's so much better.
So you'd be looking at like historical texts that document interaction with the Merid.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I mean, is this just a singular roll for the things she said, or do I need to
you can use advantage if you'd like from Adam.
Oh, I was just making sure that I wasn't rolling for multiple topics and which one I want.
So I think
you know what
you're
I mean?
looking
Is
at
that,
the
like, one
Merid,
thing?
and I'll include this all in one thing.
Okay.
The buttons topics were like distinctly unique to each other, so I parsed them out.
That is a 16 plus 12.
16
28?
plus 12.
28.
28. Okay.
Noise.
You've
The
got
other one was a 2, so thank you, Zahl.
a long time focused on a specific topic. And so you begin to touch upon the primordial and material elemental planes. The elemental planes are a form of material plane. as you look into this information here. Prime material plane is the main material plane, but the elemental is in fact considered material as well, and sort of building blocks of material planes. They're like source regions. Potent natural forces tend to manifest in these spaces, but these planes have existed for so long that they developed their own, not worlds, but own lands, economies, and peoples within them. As wars have come and gone, they have spread across prime material plane and the material planes. There have been conflicts crossing them. There have been folks who have used the inherent magical powers of these spaces for evil and for good in the past. There have been rulers, there have been kingdoms, there have been nations. Each of these planes has a lengthy storied history in and of itself. You start with that context, you begin to drill down to the material plane of water. A massive expanse of water, where the world is 75% water, give or take. The prime material plane, or the material plane of water, is about 99% water, and most of its denizens live, breathe, and exist within that. There are little bastions of land that have been formed through various instances of history, but it is mostly constructed of water, and the people in the kingdoms and spaces that exist there are, again, acclimated to that, or able to live in those spaces. When forces from the material plane of water come into contact with the prime material plane, similarly with the fire, earth, airplanes, a lot of the time there is an incredible amount of raw energy that is incredibly devastating to these spaces. Being that they are planes of manifest wanton elemental energy, creatures in these spaces are hardened to massive storms, to tsunamis, to things. These are things that just are naturally occurring things on the regular here. And they are tenfold what you would see on the prime material plane. And when those things intersect, they can be incredibly detrimental. With the prime material plane of water, thus, a lot of people exist with storm, with tsunami, with flood as a part of life, as a part of who they are and what they do. It is a part of how they generate their commerce, generate their way of life, right? The Marid are a manifestation of genie, and genies are figures that, as far as the research stipulates, are figures that once existed as a singular species who existed across all four planes, and eventually began to inherit the attributes of the planes they lived in, being suffused with the raw elemental power of those planes. The Marid thus becoming particularly akin with the prime material plane of water. Now, what defined the genies was their ability to impose a certain amount of will on the prime material plane. And this has created a lore around them of wish granters, of individuals who can create incredible feats and acts that defy the logic of most planes outside of their own. They also control incredible power that within their own planes, the Marid being one of the ruling classes of the water plane. Figures of incredible power. However, again, they are foreign to the prime material plane. Structures of politics, of good and evil, are not the same in this space. And that goes for all of the genie races. Now, again, through various magical means, genies of the various prime material planes will manifest, or material planes will manifest on the prime material plane, just as Peach shared regarding their parentage. That leads to often children who are imbued with some of that latent magical energy. But genie also hold magic that is outside of the elemental element. They hold magic that harkens back to their original forms. Before they merged to the prime materials, the abilities that make them wish granters, those are abilities that allow control over certain elements of existence. Those elements could be time, they could be space, they could be wealth, they could be fate. These are factors that play into the way the world works, or at least that is what is posited in the book. It isn't just raw elemental power, but it is something beyond that, something that comes from their root. And this is seen across all of the genie races. So again, Marad have incredible raw elemental power, but they also have other magic within them. Most Genasi do not manifest those magical traits. They manifest off of the raw elemental power that they stem from, that exists within the Marad. But there are instances where Genasi are formed in other ways.
Does it
Like sex.
does it talk about
They don't procreate.
Does it talk about anything that matches like the description of like Demi's origin, or does it talk about like in how Marids are like made?
Marids, it doesn't talk a lot of... Marids tend to be fairly perpetual. They are creatures that have lived extended lifespans that sort of fizzle out and then re-manifest within the elemental and magical power of those creatures. They're not... They don't procreate with their own.
Yeah, they're
sort of
like
more of
the
a
actual
cycle of weather and power that will be cognizant in a different way. The sentience may be different, but it is still the same life or the same energy.
So they're like a big storm or a tsunami.
A massive power, raw power, that manifests in different ways throughout these cyclical lifespans. Which is one of the reasons they don't tend to manifest on the prime material plane, because there is an element of being eternal, not in the same way that mortals intend to be, in which they maintain themselves, but there is a cyclical nature to their lifespan.
Okay.
In regards to your specific instance, there is no exact... Sometimes people are made this way.
Yeah.
There are countless descriptions over a stored history of Marids and other deities accidentally or intentionally creating life through magical means. As you begin to look into these things, many of the races that exist within this plane or other planes are constructs of creatures with greater power. And as you read into those, it begins to touch more upon what seems to align with your story, of what you've heard. Now, the question that raises for you as you look at this, and you're not sure, is, was there intent? And if so, what is the intent?
Tense.
Okay. I always feel like when I get information about her, just kind of like a bunch.
Sorry, that was a lot.
No, it's
but you guys did a week's worth of
don't
research.
know.
You and Button got a ton. But you
Yeah.
can always touch back on it, or you have the VOD, so.
No, you're good. No, I meant like to process it.
Oh, yeah.
I think...
I can give you less if you want.
No, I like getting all that. It's just me trying to like take it all in and then think about what I want to say.
Yes, absolutely. Take as much time as you need.
I think if like Sunshine already called Nistel there at the end of the week, I'll just have Demi grab him before he teleports out. At some point.
Hey, what's up?
Yes. Okay. Can we talk?
Sure. Yeah, I got a
privately,
few minutes. What's
if
going on?
possible? She'll just like take him somewhere far away from her friends.
Do you want me to? And he throws up a quick ward.
Oh, thank you so much.
It seemed personal.
It is.
Oh, scram.
It is. You said when we met you that you were dealing with the water plane.
Sure.
I recently came upon some information that's relevant to this is going to sound strange. My creation? Actually, you know what? You're used to weird things. My creation.
Sure.
Have you any idea? Essentially, we met with this god, who shall remain nameless, that essentially gave me insight into that I am unlike other Genasi because I believe he put a force of nature, and essentially insinuated that two greater beings, one probably, I think both or one was Amarid, threw magic at each other, and it resulted in a large storm, and then a blue falling star hit the coast of Gryrax 27 years ago approximately when I appeared on this plane, and I should not belong to this plane, I should belong to the water plane. You're still on board with me?
Yeah.
Okay. The fuck's up with that? Any idea?
Boy.
I know. I don't want to...
I mean, it's real akin to any sort of wizard fucking around with shit that they're not supposed to, and then they... Right? But that's not to say that the water plane has an entire population with countless races upon it.
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't... I don't mean to I don't want to speculate on what the Marid were up to. They are an emotional sort.
Really?
Yeah. They got tempers on them.
That makes sense.
That much I can tell you. The other thing I can tell you about my experience with the genie races is that they tend to be none of them are particularly serene individuals. They are all they're all like a storm front or a fiery explosion from a volcano or an earthquake. They as individuals, even the most tempered of them, tend to be volatile. And that makes for an interesting structure of command.
Yes.
There is a lot of infighting. There is a lot of in order for our world to work, there has to be a lot of order, intent. There has to be systems of commerce. There has to be the ability to feed large populations, right? Without that, we crumble. That's literally what Greyhawk stands for. The elemental planes are not like that. There are cities, but most of those are there to accommodate our kind or those like us. So I guess what I'm telling you is it is hard for me to speculate on your specific instance. Now, if you need to get out there at some point, there are ways to get to the prime material plane.
We're on the prime material plane?
Sorry. The elemental plane of water. Josh is an idiot and is still
You're not.
Spells.
Yes.
Gates.
I'm not sure that getting there would answer many of my... I suppose I'm wondering...
Oh. If you go there, it will be hard for you to get back if what you are telling me is true.
Right. That was what I was going to ask. The god that I talked to, who shall remain nameless, is,
Trust me, Mordenkainen is right pissed off.
No. Anyway, he, they said that I don't belong here. That I'm actually supposed to be on the water plane?
That's more a matter of dynamics and arcane theory.
Is that usual for Genasi, though?
No. Genasi born to the prime material are denizens of the prime material. If you were not born of the prime material, then the theory suggests, in the way that Arcanum works, it suggests that any spell that were to bind you or send you to a place would put you there in the water plane. And if that's the case, it's hard to get back. Again, spells like plane shift exist. People can go back and forth. There are elementals that exist on this plane for hundreds of years. There are elemental forces here on this plane. It is not to say you don't belong here, but it is to say that if a force of magical power were applied against you, the laws of time and space, so to speak, to oversimplify it, would likely drag you in a specific direction. And that direction would be the elemental plane of water.
Got it.
That being said, you are a little, well, you told the story you told me. I'm sorry, that sounded way worse than it was meant to.
It did.
Those rules, who knows how hard and fast they are in your situation.
Right.
There's always outlying variables and everything. That's why we actually exist. Not to say that you're a variable that needs to be managed, but
I hope not.
there are variables that do need to be managed out there. If I'm to understand what Zahl said correctly, one of them was managed by the four of you recently.
Oh, yes. It was an experience.
I saw what he was writing. If you're willing to write a more
yes, I
extensive report.
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Thank you.
He talked about it. I'll do a full report for you. It's fine.
Appreciate it.
Yes, of course.
He's an incredible fella. I'm not disparaging him.
No,
I just.
Well, I will help him write his paper.
Oh shit.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. I will get that to you, though. I appreciate your talking to me. I know you're busy, and I mostly just don't. I feel as though we mostly trust you more than and you warned me about all that. Oh, yes, and also I can stop time sometimes. Now.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Chronoturgy.
Stop people in the middle of what they're doing. Just make it stop around them.
Well, that's impressive. That kind of aligns with your heritage, I think, a little bit.
You saying that sometimes Marids change up,
right?
Like time and fate and things.
Yes. Again, force of nature sort of things.
Yes, the god also said you're a force of nature. I don't know.
Well, gods don't know. They just talk in circles all the time.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's like wizards and then gods.
I try not to talk in circles with y'all, but
I know.
Context is key, and I don't have time to teach a college course on it. So.
Of course not. We'll get you your paper tomorrow, though.
I do not like this joke.
No?
That's all right.
Nistel, the Patchwork Professor. I think it's nice.
I'll add it to the list.
Yes. All right. And would you like I could write a song or story about it?
There aren't a lot of songs about old Nistel. Plenty about Big B or any of that, but...
I'll write you a song. That will not be tomorrow, though. The paper I can get you tomorrow. The song will take some time.
I appreciate that. I got a
of course.
beautiful piece of art from your friend Sunshine the other day. So.
Yes. Well, this group likes you, and therefore we will continue to most likely do all of those things.
No, yeah. Just with the circle, be careful with your trust, right? Be
careful who we trust.
Myself included.
Oh?
My job is not your best interest.
Yes, it's the world in its whole.
And I say that with the utmost respect for the lot of you.
I don't think we'll fault you for that.
Well, we'll try not to be a problem. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck with the
Yes.
water plane.
Mm.
And Nistel out.
Cast spell.
We're in some other.
What
place
level
far
you
away.
casting at?
The level that I can't see him or hear him, and he won't let me off. The spite level.
I love that one. But
spiting.
as you guys spend this time getting your various information, doing your research, getting some R&R, teaching Ashi how to play cards and do magic, are there any final things that anybody wants to jump upon?
Final things, you killing us?
This is it.
We should divvy up all the magical items that we
Yeah, I
got.
was
That we
gonna
keep
say.
saying we should divvy up, but then we always forget to actually divvy them up. So we should.
I have access to them.
I cannot use that, or I should not be given that Rod of Alertness, because I have everything that thing does on my robe.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I have some of the things too that were listed. If someone else wants to take it, like I have a lot of the advantages listed already.
Oh, that hurt.
Can everyone cast protection? Just thinking, we're going into a place with a lot of mind control. Can everyone here? I know Demi, you can cast protection from evil and good.
I can do that once a day.
Nope.
And a nice little ditty on my lyre, but that's it.
Gotcha.
Nope.
We could pick up scrolls maybe and divvy them to anyone who doesn't have the spell.
My mind is far too keen to be taken advantage of by the likes of these idiots.
Well, if you have a scroll, you can cast it on one of us idiots.
Oh, that's true.
I don't want to be mind controlled into hitting you. I'd feel very, 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 very bad.
I would also feel very bad if you hit me.
Yes,
I don't want to hit anyone.
It's a very good thing you weren't there for that,
Salvatore
Sunshine.
I felt very bad when Salvatore hit me last week.
Did that happen?
Yeah. Salvatore,
Oh my!
Even right now.
It was all a blur, really.
No, it wasn't.
No.
You're saying it in the way that I know that it wasn't.
All right. While we're sitting here in this library, and it's fine, we have the Pearl of Power, which I believe we're giving Zahl.
Oh, okay, cool.
And if everybody's done at the library, we'll shift it back to the last day at Conundrum Isle before you guys do your thing. Sorry,
there we are.
you shove.
We're in our little tiny library. Also, Salvatore's
Demi
room.
threw us through time to our library.
Surprise! It was me all along. So, Pearl of Power. I believe Salvatore said that it would be good for you, Zahl.
It requires attunement, but it gives you a third level spell slot. When
Gives you a spell slot?
It's kind of like your rod, only it can give you a maximum of third level.
Okay.
It is an extra spell.
So Pearl of Power, we can give that to Zahl. I'll take it off my thing.
Okay, I'll let it take.
We have the Rod of Alertness, the Belt of Stone Giant Strength, and the
Ooh, I could use
Chime
that.
of Opening. Salvatore, why would you need a belt for strength?
I've got the open slot.
No.
You have an open slot?
I do currently.
Would you like this ring of protection? I've just been carrying it around. I think you gave it to me.
It is a possibility.
Don't think I did, but I'll take it.
I think the Ring of Protection.
Because I had it, I gave it to...
Oh, you gave it to me.
I gave it to Salvatore, and then Salvatore gave it to you.
Yes.
Makes sense.
I was probably full up.
Would
yeah,
you like
you were
it back?
full up at
Yeah.
the time, and then gave it to Sunshine, and I was like... Okay.
And I take it.
+1 AC.
Whoa! I'm
one of-
invisible. This is a ring of great power.
The Eye of Sauron turns on you.
I have
What movie is that from?
yes, if anyone would like the Chime of Opening, I don't feel like it's something that I need to keep on hand because I have access to knock to get into doors.
Do not.
Then I do not need to be strong, if I am going to be completely honest. I don't use anything that will... my magic does not determine based off of my strength.
I'm not going to lie, Zahl. I would hit harder, but I also understand if you would like that.
I mean,
The belt.
Standing right here.
Why would you need it?
I'd be shredded.
That's nothing.
There should be shredded.
What's your
Bones.
nothing?
Yes, your bones
No,
would be
Sunshine,
absolutely
I would say
shredded.
you go for it. I'm kind of like, I don't know how to put this, full.
It's fine.
And you see as he's detaching his scimitar from his hip.
So,
Hit him. Nudge.
would you like the belt of stone giant strength then?
Absolutely.
All right, taking that off my thing because they're just sitting in the bag of holding.
Oh.
My goodness.
I have, if super meta. Where's everybody on fucking attunement slots?
Oh.
Before I RP the rest of those, you have none. Are we all full up on attunement slots?
Yeah.
If I take the ring of protection, I will be. Yeah.
What else
We
do
can
we have?
also, so the rod of alertness
Oh, no one took that.
requires an attunement. Yeah, no, it requires an attunement. I am full up, but I could unattune from either my rapier or the phase venom bracelet.
If you'd like to keep the things you have, I will be willing to take the rod. I didn't want to take it from someone who wanted it.
Cast one
But it does
on
sort of fit
spell.
my whole I have eyes thing.
Don't you already get
The
this
powerful
thing?
aesthetic.
It does fit my whole I have eyes thing. You know, like
Your whole
everyone.
This is
It
your
does-
decision.
And it does give the advantage on the perception, but the other stuff that comes from it would also stack well on Salvator. Like,
If you like the stuff you have now, that's the only reason to give it to me.
Yeah.
If you want the rod, take it.
it's a matter
very
of
good idea.
you're not going to use it, then it probably should be put onto somebody. Right?
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, because either way, someone can put it in the ground and everyone gets something,
Mm-hmm.
which is very good.
I hit so hard now.
What would you replace with it?
The ring of protection I just got. Sorry, sunshine.
No, you're all right. You know what we can do? You know that handy little box you got that we've never played with?
Yeah, we
Let's stick it in that thing.
Oh,
What box?
the one that throws it away and we get a cool new thing.
The equivalent
You get a
exchange.
random item on the equivalent
I
exchange.
do have a pair of boots of
Lord.
springing and striding that have just been in my bag.
You guys are. It is once a day that you can do this, though.
I'm just
I believe
saying,
that's on the
I
thing.
do have it in my bag.
Demi has a decision they need to make, and it's up to you what happens there.
You can take it.
Oh,
I think you would enjoy it more than me.
I don't know.
I will keep
Kinda
it
like
up
a-
to you.
Cheering wizard.
So you kind of look like an
You can take
eye
it
guy,
off
if
of
you will.
my-
Ooh, good Zahl.
Behold him.
Want to take this chime of opening, sunshine?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
That should be, I believe, the majority of the things in our disposal that we have not already given or will stay with me, like the ships. They stay in the bag.
You guys should put something in that box because I made it and I've never seen it used.
I know, that's why I brought it up.
Thank you.
Okay, do we want to put? Because I have. How rare? What level can the item be up to? I forget.
Up to rare.
Is
so
it
you can
uncommon
rare?
and rare? Yeah.
Yeah, rare is the ring of protection if no one wants it. That is rare.
And I believe that on the item, the roll table is included. So if you guys want to make the roll, it's 100%. Yeah, I believe so. I can check my.
I think I threw it in my library. I didn't put it on my.
Got it. Well, then I can pull it up for you guys if you want.
My brain.
I have.
Like, I could have the ring of
Because
protection.
the Pearl of Power is good for
That's
me,
true.
but Pearl of
and
Power
have
is-
a 15 AC.
Go for it. It's a
At
really
level
good item.
15, so I would
Which
not
one?
Getting hit by literally
ring of
every fucking thing.
Well, that's the
Exactly.
thing that I was.
15
Yeah,
and 1 point's not gonna matter that
Yeah.
much.
But it's also saving throws, which is
yeah. It's also adds to your saving throws too.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say I have. The Pearl of Power is good, but I could
Needs
also throw.
attunement.
It needs attunement, and I just took off my Scimitar of Sharpness, but I could always switch to the ring if we weren't gonna give it up, because that would be handy.
Let's see.
Just a thought.
Yeah. If I unattune from my sword, I just don't get any of the magical shit from it, right? Does it still, like, is it still my melee weapon?
You can just use it as a rapier, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Is
just
it...
You just
What
want
I
to get
thought.
the attunement elements.
So, like,
And if you want to add a regular rapier to your inventory, you're welcome to do so.
I just like my sword and its name. Dissonance. Very good. I think I've used it a whole 2 times because I haven't gotten to where I don't have any more spells. In a hot second. I will take the ring of protection if nobody is going to take it.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Sweet.
That is yours.
In a hot second, since I have taken a magical item.
Let me put the boots of springing and striding.
You want to?
A
You gonna
whole
put them in
thing.
there?
I'm asking Salvator if he's cool with it. I don't know if we have other items.
Are those uncommon? I mean, I can't wear them. They're human shoes. Gross.
I like pan down to Salvator's feet with strapped on.
Like mangled sandals wrapped around one of his talons. Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Pan down.
I can fly.
Me? I can fly.
Wow.
Yeah. I wanna toss that in there.
So those are uncommon, correct?
Yes, they are.
All right. Who wants to be the roller for me? Sean, do you want to do it since you've been carrying it around?
The box.
Love to.
All right. Roll a D100 for me.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops. Hey guys.
Yeah.
At least we're not teleporting.
That's
Yes.
Everybody use this item that Josh made. It's very, very cool.
This is for the tens.
It's available in Humber. Beyond.
I rolled a 9.
You got a 9 and
So 90.
That's for the 10s. This is for the 10s. This is 9, so it's a 90.
96. We land exactly where we're supposed to.
Not teleporting.
Son of a bitch.
Shit.
I need you to re-roll for me.
Did you roll the boots of springing and striding?
No.
No, I think I rolled to the next level.
There is a window between 95 and 99 that is empty.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
I thought he literally just rolled
rolled
the
so
same
well that
item,
you
and I
don't
was
get it.
like,
I swear to
That'd be
God.
very funny.
40.
oh.
5. Half.
Oh.
Half.
45. As you close the chest, you just set this item in there, you close the chest. There is a brief moment and a flash. And as you open it, and there is a medallion sitting in the center of it. And it seems to be inscribed with this sort of swirling pattern that is almost... It looks like a brain, for lack of a better word.
Ah, yes.
And it does create the Medallion of Thoughts.
Ooh.
THOT.
Bless.
Let's get this party started!
So essentially, the medallion has 3 charges. While wearing it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge to cast the Detect Thought spell, DC 13, and it regains those charges daily at dawn. So it's a free Detect Thought spell, and it does not require attunement.
That's cool.
It doesn't.
It does not.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no, it does. I'm sorry, I misread that.
Shit.
Oh.
I led you
Every
on. Sorry.
Just like those thoughts. I take it out of chest. Anyone want this?
Want to put it back in tomorrow?
I was just going to suggest that if no one wants it.
Cycle through tomorrow.
Could be useful for some... we should probably talk about that. Are we... We're not competing in this festival, are we? That sounds a bit
certainly hope
ridiculous.
not.
Why not?
Yes.
Because we think that they're doing it to, like, take people over and...
Yes.
Right? We had that conversation? We did have that conversation.
It's just,
Yes.
let's be honest, we had that conversation, but we've been through a lot recently, and my brain has kind of been in other places, so...
Yes.
Well, we found out today that a week ago, time is so difficult.
Tell me about it.
We found out that... Let's not dwell on the past, Demi.
She's gonna kill
We
you.
found out a week ago that the demigod lives in a fucking tent. So let's just go in and take it from them. What is this festival for?
Oh no.
I think maybe we should
No.
do some investigating
I mean, yes, of course, but we have a whole week before the festival
So
even
do you think you
starts.
can cut through a tent like that?
I think I can walk into a tent, Zahl. It's a tent.
Zahl, having seen the structures
Yeah,
made by these
Zahl is
tents,
just
yeah,
like,
the context that
definitely.
Salvator is missing is
Yeah.
Does it have solid walls? I don't think so.
Zahl's just sitting there going,
side.
I don't believe that it'll be that easy.
I think
Hilarious.
Zahl's gonna lean over to Demi and be like, they're like super thick. He's not going to get into them at all.
Oh. I'm
right here. I can
Oh, he
fucking
whispered
hear
it.
you. Look at this
He
rod. It's
fully-
huge.
he
I
fully
can hear
whispered
everything
it.
you're saying with this
fully
rod I've
Sorry.
given.
Repeat that?
You just what?
Look at my rod.
What are you talking about? What did I say?
It's just going around like
the eyeballs are.
What did I say? What did I say there? Then? Exactly. That's what I thought.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, shit.
You're the
Sorry.
one. And so it's just like, ugh.
Okay,
Anyways,
all
we'll
right.
just walk in the tent, grab it. and
No,
leave.
not-
or we could go there, do some actual, like, you know, espionage-ish situation to get information,
True.
find this person that Sunshine is aware of that is also going for it, and maybe we let him take the fall for it, but we take it.
That'd be
Yes.
great. I would
Do
like
you know
to know
what I mean? Like, if he's already going to go, you know, do something, we find out enough information to be there and maybe take advantage of a bad situation.
I think that makes perfect sense. I would also like to know who he intends to get it for. Himself? For the Sorcerer's Nexus? For the Brotherhood? I don't know why he's there.
We can
Well,
ask
we're
him
framing
before we
for
kill
whom?
him.
Yes. Well, we have to frame him. So we'll have to take him somewhere, and then we can kill him there. But he can't be dead there,
Oh,
obviously.
right, yes.
That would be... It'd be a foul on our part.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways.
Wouldn't be the first. Okay. Yes, so we're going. We'll do some actual, I don't know. We don't exactly blend in well.
What do you mean? Oh, it's because I don't have eyes. Right.
Oh, well, and also because Sunshine is now a galaxy with wings.
Hold on.
Change team!
They look normal again.
And now,
With a giant jacket on.
I think this happens, and then Demi goes, and now Sunshine is a walking cloud without wings.
Yes.
We're very.
We blend in perfectly.
I am a wave. Your eyes are in the wrong direction.
Yeah, your eyes are fixed. Hey, Salvator,
Practicing?
What are you?
That's really good.
No, I've been on this
Salvator,
for
follow
years.
my fingers. Follow my fingers. No.
Where are you? Everything's
Nope.
dark.
I am just saying, we're not the most blend-in-able people that have ever, you know. Maybe we should find a spell scroll for something that would help with that.
I see.
You know, Peach
True
had an ability
polymorph.
that would Peach had an ability that would make it easier for us to blend in places. So did Morton.
I do the same thing. I also have
Yes.
passive trait.
And then
we go.
maybe we find something that is I know that some people are better at this. I maybe should have gotten better at this, but to disguise themselves.
No, I had that for a while.
Yes, so maybe we should look into ways that we aren't completely just, hello, we're here, come stab us in the back.
Ooh.
You
Yeah,
know.
let's Bill.
Or if we would like to be, you know, noticed, I could absolutely do I can make a spectacle of myself in performing if we'd like, or whisper
not?
campaign it and drop that Sunshine is, you know, that there's a Genasi that looks like a cloud running around. We could bait him.
I believe they were not necessarily welcoming of outsiders. Did we get that from Zendros?
Yes, we do have.
Josh?
Sorry, for the
some-
Festival of the Fowl, they do invite folks in.
Oh, let's make it
It's-
crazy then. Let's go in there, guns blazing.
We could.
Kill everyone.
I am relatively well known as a bard. Maybe not,
Literally
obviously not in
famous.
EUs, but neither here nor there on whether or not that's my talent or whether or not that's us killing people. But
No,
Both.
it's possible that
kill us does.
it's possible that we could just play that angle. It's a possibility. Really
Do
just depends
we-
on what we're hoping to do.
That's a good call.
I am not afraid of Jor, necessarily. Do we think Leomund might be there? Because
Tony
I'm more
Hawk?
afraid of him.
I've beaten him once. I can do it again.
I
I
would like to
scream it
remind
to the
you.
heavens.
I
And you'll
would
be
like
with
to
us,
remind you that
so-
you
Yes.
did get like.
That was
fully-
someone else.
No, you. I carried your body out.
No, I
multiple
beat the
times
shit out of
before.
Liam, then someone else, when I left, they kicked the shit out of me.
Ah.
I beat Liam in fair and square.
Well, from the
Ah.
retelling and what we watched, I don't know if you beat him necessarily.
Oh, did you see him pick up the scroll?
I didn't. You know what? You know what?
That's
Soldier?
fair.
Any of
You're
that.
correct in that matter,
Salvator.
but
I did see you get put into the ground.
That was Nox or something you guys were talking about. I don't know him.
okay, but
I don't know him. He says with the hand.
We don't know him.
but
All
I
this
think-
nonsense. Oh.
looks at his own body again. Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
Listen,
But
I think our best bet
Mm-hmm.
is to get in there, under the radar, whatever that is. Spend some time gaining information. Maybe
Under the aura.
maybe this tent has guards. Then, once we know all the situations, all the players, all the pieces,
Kill you so hard.
we decide to
Bring
reveal
word back.
ourselves,
In a
maybe,
country
or,
without
About
trees.
this.
or continue sneaking around. Start off sneaky, then we can change it. We can always turn the volume up. We can't really bring it back down.
What do you mean
Oh, these-
volume up?
Like, make us noticeable.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
We can always become more noticeable. We can't always become less noticeable.
Okay,
I think on
Is that
note,
better?
Maybe we go back to.
shit on.
We go with the "I'm here to perform" excuse.
All right.
I love that.
Your entourage / mercenary crew, something
I
like that.
have no idea. You could be bodyguards for all I.
That's what I
If
just
people
said.
know us.
What if? Ooh, here's a plan. We get there. We find someone who's walking around on the street saying, "Oh, if only I had a band who could perform this evening.
That's never.
I
gonna
would. Oh, I would
It
need
does
it so
happen,
bad. I would pay them
Does it?
any amount of money."
Yes.
And
it
then
does happen.
you send them a message and say, "Hello, I am the famous bard Demi Waters. I've performed a bunch of places or something."
I
And
have.
then make it up if you haven't.
That's
And
not a
then
lie. I was
And then-
incredibly successful before meeting any of you. Continue.
It's true.
Oh, very nice. Then you could say, "I will be in
appreciate
town
you.
for the festival. I'm looking for somebody to perform. If only there was someone in need of a performance."
It's possible that Zendros could also point us in the correct direction.
No, I forgot they were coming. Yes.
We do have someone who's familiar with the area.
Let's change things.
I do think Saul will
Oh
need
my
to
god.
maybe be quiet about the angel thing.
We've
I know
got
you
two
like
now.
meeting everyone and being like,
certainly
"My mom's an
do.
angel," but
I listen.
I'm
I
just
don't.
saying. we're
That's not my
going into-
opening
Look,
card. It's just a
it
lot of.
is kind
Very
of
much
actually,
is the
yes.
first thing out of your mouth when I
It
come
is.
down the stairs.
I'm Zol Kareen. My mom's an angel. Don't
Yeah,
ask.
I have,
And
like,
then you
other things
explain
to
it.
Have you met Dravosi?
I've never asked
Aw.
that. I haven't asked most people that,
Don't.
unless we're here because people know Dravosi.
That's fair. We haven't met most people.
Also, listen, the
Like,
angel
that's a
thing
good
comes
deal.
later in conversation, so that's why that gets brought up. Because people are like, "Oh, what do you know about heavens?" And I'm like, "Well, my mom's an angel."
Well, I don't think anyone's going to be
Casual
asking what we know about the
conversation.
heavens.
Exactly,
while
so I'm
going
not
into
going to
this
tell
place.
people. Also, I'm
Do you
not
think
stupid.
tieflings are super is part of the population significantly? You think because Zendros is
Yes.
tiefling, and I was thinking about it, and tieflings are kind of like, you know,
Well, I did listen to a podcast one time that talked about this very topic.
yes,
So possibly.
my favorite podcast host.
Live Monday. Check it out.
Lord up.
Do-do-do-do.
Um, I think. Don't worry, I'm not going to. Jeez. Unfortunately, this place sounds like how I used to be before, like, meeting all of you. Kind of like a place I would probably have chilled out for.
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know which part of Gryrax you hung out with, but this sounds much worse.
Yes. Which part of Gryrax is the open hell mouth?
The underbelly.
Oh, hell. Nice.
Yeah, oh, hell.
Glad.
No, I just, after a while, kind of, went out on my own.
I get it.
Went
You
into
were
bad
rough.
circles.
Your life was difficult.
And I think
Got
at
to
this point,
do some
Saul
shady
looks at them,
things.
and in Infernal just goes, and I can speak their language.
Oh, say
You know Infernal. That is a fun fact.
I reply to you in Infernal and say...
Or no, I know Abyssal.
Ditto!
I know Abyssal. I speak Abyssal.
So you speak demonic.
Yeah, that's not.
That's
safe.
worse.
It's not
Worse.
good.
I respond to you in Abyssal as well.
And I can speak some of their language.
In Primordial, I'm just gonna look at Sunshine. This is
Hickabigaboo?
not going to go well, is it?
I write in Genothian,
think that your
yikes,
idea-
and I hold up a sign.
And I read it.
Meep meep.
You can't read Genothian?
Can't read it.
Read every written
It
language.
does
You
not
can't read
work.
Genothian.
Damn it! It's not a written language then.
I think using your bardic abilities is going to be our saving fucking grace when we get caught
Yes.
doing whatever we attempt to do.
Let's
Yes.
hope.
I love in our library the amount of fucking chaos of our different language speaking of like two demonic like, just asking, and then, like screeching like primordial all on top of each other.
Sunshine just
The
whistles.
discordance The discordance is
Plum
beautiful.
sticks her head in the dark. Is everything okay?
Yes, we're fine. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
We're just arguing.
It's normal.
The discordance is absolutely beautiful.
It's normal.
All right. We go there tomorrow with Zendros.
Mm-hmm.
Try and conceal ourselves, and when that fails, we go to a tavern and ask what the problem is.
It is a when, not if.
We'll see.
Right.
I mean, I think that sounds fine.
All right.
Ashi and I have to go do something.
Yes, please do not take your fragile human brother.
He's not going to be a human. We've already
I
talked
know.
about it. He wants to be an imp so he can be king of the imps.
Imp
You're very
wizard.
strong, Ashi.
Ooh,
He's going to be king of the imps, the imp wizard.
There's a
Yeah.
portmanteau in there somewhere, but I can't find it.
I
Thank
Wisdom?
wish.
Yes.
I love potatoes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I love him.
Okay.
Was imp.
All right. Well. Suppose
Break.
that's what we can do, yes.
Okay.
Break.
All our hands in the middle.
My friends, we will get you another night's rest. Ashi comes out an imp. Ready to go with you guys. You guys get your sleep. Now, you reconvene with Zendros. Easy enough to do. She will join you on the isle, brought over by a small personal boat. Are we ready to go? Is there any other business we wish to attend to?
I think that's it.
I just put a couple of things from my stuff in my chest in my room.
We
And
don't RP it or anything, but like obviously Demi did her standard like update Oceanus and Lila on everything that happened over the week and a half, so they handle everything because they're only probably while we're in EU's that ship's gonna get to Seaton again.
Yes.
fair one?
Yeah. Oh,
So-
yeah. It's close now. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's updating
It's about a
them
week
and
out.
letting them
I
know like
also-
where everybody is.
Perfect.
I also think Zahl would write, I'm going to spend another 25 gold. And that night before they, like, as they're going to bed, he would write out a whole thing to Dravosi and just update that crew on, like, what's going on with us.
Perfect.
But then write, like, a portion just to her.
Can you make to the end of the episode?
I'd also write a letter to
You
the
said
vicar.
it.
They just
Big
send it
lick,
at some point that week.
Yeah.
Okay. Love it. Wonderful. Beautiful. Perfect. You are all able to achieve these goals quite readily.
Perfect.
Okay. as you prepare yourselves to teleport, who is casting teleport? The unfilled soul coin is handed over.
I will, because we have a literal thing from there.
That's fair.
I saw that.
I would have done it. But
No, you wait until I offer usually, and then you're like, good, I have.
no,
my
I mean
left."
the chance to hold a soul coin. You don't get that
Oh,
very often.
actually, yeah.
You
I'll
don't have a
hold it.
soul.
Yeah, but I can fill it with others.
Wait up, let's-
You know how often I'm in need of a soul?
Literally, constantly.
Yeah,
Terrifying.
if I die.
I will cast teleport.
Okay. With this item in hand, the spell does seem to go off without a hitch. You feel as the undulating blue spins out around you, pulling you off and across time and space. You step out magically, directly in the center of a bustling center of commerce. Surrounding you, there are literally probably around 100 people, maybe even more, going about their business, what it seems to be. You stand in the center of this covered space. A massive, strange, bone-colored pillar is driven into the ground. It is about 8 feet in diameter, and it stretches about 100 feet above you upwards, where it reaches a pinnacle, and these massive strips of this strange, some sort of canvas, though it's incredibly, incredibly thick and sturdy, sweep down in this circular building, which has a diameter itself of a couple hundred feet. There are desks all over the place around the floor, and somebody kind of jumps to the side and lets out a bit of a shout as you guys appear in the center of the room, and Zendros goes, I did not think this through. And that is where we are going to end today's session, my friends.
Oh no.
We started the fight almost instantly.
You stepped into the middle of one of the most busy parts of the city. But yeah, with that,
We're at the stock exchange.
You're at the stock exchange. You literally are. Now, my friends, before we go, we're going to do a few quick announcements, and stay with us because we are going to raid somebody, and we definitely want you guys to share the love. So stick with us, okay? But before we do, we're going to do some quick announcements. A huge shout out to our wonderful partners, Soundtail. Guys, they bring all that ambiance and mood to our games. They have those awesome sound effects, and you can get a copy of that application for yourselves if you want by clicking on the link in chat. It is really good. It's got peer-to-peer sharing. You can share it with all your friends. It's awesome. We highly recommend it. Parker, over to you.
I'm here to remind you that we're affiliated with Found Familiar Coffee. If you'd like to taste Initiative and get 10% off of your D&D inspired coffee, you can use the link or the code in chat. We are also affiliated with Crafty Gamers. If you'd like to check out their Aromas of Adventure, Candle Immersion line, or any of the other cool stuff there and get a discount, you can follow the link and the code in chat. Thank you to Arcane Anthems, who does wonderful free TTRPG and D&D music over on his Patreon. He did all of the themes for our shows, including this wonderful one that you hear here. And that is it. Sean?
I would like to thank all of our fantastic moderators on the channel for keeping our chat nice and friendly and safe, welcoming for new people who come in and people who've already seen our shows before. We very much appreciate all the work you do to keep up with our announcements. Specifically tonight, Commune, you've been crushing it. Thank you very much, buddy. We appreciate you. And if you'd like to join Commune and our mod team here, there are still applications in the process of being reviewed currently and taken. So if you'd like to fill one of those out, we will go ahead and check that soon and reach out to you to possibly join our team.
Okay, with that, guys, be here on Monday for Lore Dump Live, where Sean and I homebrew Spray the Dead. We'll see y'all later. Bye!
Bye, everybody.